All right, test. Just as that warning expired there. All right, good to go. All right, we have a afternoon tornado threat that's just starting to ramp up. Within the last hour, storms have fired pretty intensely across south central Iowa, northern parts of Missouri. One of the lead cells was just tornado warned, but they are going up spinning here across southern Iowa. We can see some mesocyclones indicated here on radar with these rotations. Getting radar out of the Des Moines area, yeah, over there towards Johnston. So these are winds going towards the radar in the green, and then we can see some of those brighter pockets. Those are winds going away from the radar in the red. And certainly there is some broad rotation, at least broadly within pretty much all these cells today. The last one there was tornado warn till just a minute ago. Had a little bit tighter and brighter rotation there around Corridon. Yeah, that could have been producing a tornado. I don't believe it was not a confirmed tornado, but that storm that prompted the warning has weakened below the severe limits and also has exited the warning area, so that warning has been canceled. Heavy rain is still possible with that thunderstorm. Right in here around Hodge, Idaho Road, and County Road 522 just a little bit ago. But you can see as that moved off to the northeast actually really quickly around Confidence and Rathbun Lake, that has significantly broadened out. We still have to watch broad rotation in that cell to the south, but it's these two lead cells that have had my eye for a little while, particularly this one that is severe warned near Unionville, approaching Ottumwa, Iowa. It has, obviously, being a lead cell and also kind of on the southern flank of this, it has a lot of access to warm and moist inflow. So we'll keep an eye on that cell for sure. The other cell also producing likely some quarter-size hail and some gusty winds with some broad rotation around Albia and approaching Eddyville and areas around Hamilton, Iowa. We also have a more of a line segment. There is a kind of a broad rotation in that that's kind of worked through the southwest and southern sides of Des Moines. Des Moines starting to calm down a little bit, but this is arcing up across I-80 to the Newton area. North of I-80 right now, it's still a little bit cool. Actually, let me check a couple updated temperatures. So these storms are weakening a bit as they approach areas around Newton, but there is kind of a little warm nose riding up. Yeah, let's see. Marshalltown is checking in at about 55 degrees. Where is Marshalltown? Yeah, right up in here. So there is a potential that some of this warm air is going to get up into here. But right now, it's a bit cool across central Iowa. Yeah, it's still in the 40s, it looks like, across the areas around Watertown. Check in at Dubuque. It's about 55 now, so some of this data is a little bit old. But yeah, it's about 49 degrees at Watertown. Or sorry, Waterloo. So it does get cooler at the northern extent of this tornado watch. So little bit of a question mark here. We'll have to see if that warm nose can kind of push up into this area. If it doesn't, you could still get some severe weather. It would just be more on the elevated side and likely some hail producing storms with some also gusty winds. You can see down here in the warm nose, though, especially south and east of Des Moines, it's in the 60s and 70s. So plenty of fuel down in this area. Ottumwa checking in around 70 degrees. Yeah, 70 degrees at Ottumwa with a dew point of mid 60s, about 65, 66 across southern Iowa. So there is certainly kind of this warm nose. It's a bit skinny. It does cool down quite significantly here on the back side of this. So these storms are going to kind of get to ride this warm nose and continue to push that off to the east and northeast. We also have some decent moisture building up across western parts of Illinois. This also extends down into northeast Missouri. Like we thought yesterday, and like I talked about on the stream last night, I do expect storms to continue to fire later this afternoon across Missouri, and they have extended, as I thought they should have last night. They did extend the Storm Prediction Center, that slight risk, all the way down into the mid-Mississippi Valley. So St. Louis, a risk of strong storms later today. Farmington, Poplar Bluff, down to about Paragould, Arkansas, and then the Boot Heel, Missouri, Paducah, Kentucky, and essentially the confluence of the Ohio River and the Mississippi River. They have done a little bit of adjustments over the last 12 to 18 hours. They've expanded the slight risk a little bit into Indiana further. So this does cover Indiana, Indianapolis, and Fort Wayne. They've also pushed it a little further east into areas around Detroit and Flint, Pontiac, basically very close to the Canadian border. I do think there's going to be some strong storms in Michigan later. I don't know if they'll get all the way to Detroit as fully severe storms, but there is a lifting warm front that will lift essentially low pressure here, kind of cold front right in here, and the warm front kind of lifts along like this. But this warm front, according to the models, does lift into Michigan a little more. So especially later this afternoon, western Michigan, southwest Michigan may have a better chance at severe weather. And then, yeah, we'll see how this warm front kind of lifts up towards areas in southern Wisconsin and kind of that east central part of Iowa. Certainly down here in this warm sector, we're pretty much good to go already for storms. We have some storms firing up around Kirksville, Missouri. So look for more storms to fire down here. And yeah, they right now, as they get on along that I-80 corridor, like those ones east of Des Moines, they're just starting to kind of weaken as they get into a little more cool and stable air. These ones down here around Ottumwa, though, will continue to likely keep going for a while. And we can see that kind of on the look here on these cameras. This is out of the area looking towards those storms, kind of on the backside, but it doesn't look super spring-like across parts of Iowa right now. Low clouds, misty, but out in front of this is out of the Quad Cities, right? Basically just along the Mississippi River. A little bit of sun peeking through, a little bit more convective cloud action. So it just has a little bit more springtime look to it. And that does play a role. The visuals that we can see here do indicate a little bit of what's going on in the atmosphere. And then further north, it doesn't look very spring-like at all right now across southern Wisconsin. This is out of that area around Beloit and Janesville. And right now that's kind of cloudy, cool, and misty. Yeah, there's some showers and storms around. These are all basically elevated storms at the moment across parts of southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. But yeah, just kind of a, right now, not a great day. It's cool still in Milwaukee. Have some question marks there. Still 37. Sometimes this data lags a little bit. So let me look at some latest data just to make sure. It's warmed up a little bit. It's about 47. So this data is a little bit behind, but still 47 is not great. It is expected to get warmer, though, through the day. All right. Let's clear a few things off, and I'll show you kind of the lay of the land. So here's our slight risk in that there is the enhanced risk. Most of that is, almost all of that is covered by the current tornado watch. We'll get into that in just a couple minutes. There is a large conditional intensity guidance of the first level intensity guidance does bring a conditional level 1 down through Jonesboro. So a low chance of a tornado overall, but a tornado that forms down in that environment could be on the stronger side. St. Louis, 5% tornado risk. Same way with the conditional hatching. A lower tornado threat, but some of that could be a strong tornado. And then we get up into the 10% here, basically covering most of that tornado watch, but also the enhanced risk area, 10% hatched. And then we do have that conditional intensity that goes all the way into Michigan. This is a little bit of an update, I think, for this afternoon, the 2 o'clock central update. They have pushed a little bit of that 5%, it looks like, into western Michigan. So as I was saying, there's a little bit more favorable environment in western and southwestern Michigan. And it looks like the Storm Prediction Center kind of echoing that idea across their latest outlook. They have that's been the other thing with that slight risk getting pushed east. They have pushed a little bit of that CIG1 conditional intensity east as well as expanded that 5% risk area. That's probably, I think, been the biggest change over the models. They have done similar with the wind, but the wind, the core of high winds has stayed relatively consistent over the last couple of days, 30%. And with the CIG1, we could get some pretty significant wind gusts above 65 knots, which I believe is about hurricane force. 1 point something knots for every miles per hour, but we have a new tornado warning going off, so let me get to that in just a second. Hail is not going to be a super intensive threat today. We do have a 15% hail risk. It is not conditional intensity, so we're not expecting hail to be in that kind of 3-inch diameter type of range. May get some areas that have, 1.5-inch, 2-inch diameter hail at times. And this tornado watch does echo a lot of those parameters. A few tornadoes are likely. A couple intense tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles an hour. And then scattered large hail, isolated very large hail up to about 2 inches in diameter. Once you get above 2 inches, then we'd probably see a more of that conditional intensity guidance. But hail is not, hail underperformed last night as well. So, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get some hail, some small hail in the, some of that cold core areas around the areas north of that warm front. Oh, I was spot on. Look at that. I didn't even really do the conversion in my head, but 65 knots is 75 miles an hour. So that checks out to about that hurricane force. All right, let me clear a couple things off. We'll detail that newest tornado warning for you. Let's get down into this storm. This is that storm that we were just talking about a little bit ago, starting the stream around Ottumwa, Iowa. This is a pretty nasty cell. Looks like a $half size hail. We can see the hail core in here has come up quite a bit just in the last couple minutes as we were talking. And yeah, that is... Yeah, wow, that couple last scans, that hail core has definitely intensified. This is an intensifying thunderstorm here around Ottumwa. Here is that storm. That is a look at that storm. So yeah, it looks like that is the cloud base there. Pretty low cloud base below that tree line. Can't tell if there's anything there. But rotation also picking up in this storm. It's on the southwest sides of Ottumwa right now and moving towards the northeast. These storms are going to be moving pretty fast today. So this one here is moving at 40 miles an hour. Ottumwa about 310, so just about 4 minutes. And then we get over towards Bladenburg and Agency in about 5 or 10 minutes after that. So I'm going to take this out from the leading edge. I usually kind of do it ahead of that mesocyclone, so it gives you the best time and of arrival, and hopefully people can take cover before that storm kind of really gets into their location, especially if you need to go out towards, the outside of your house and structure to get to that storm shelter. But basically, Ottumwa about 3 to 5 minutes, Agency 10 more minutes, and then Bladensburg about 15 minutes It'll get through the warning polygon fairly quickly. Farson and Comptine, about 20 minutes. And then at the end of the warning polygon, Abingdon, about 25 minutes. And this is a storm that's in a very favorable environment, as we were saying, out in front of a lot of the cluster storms behind it. So we will kind of keep an eye on that cell. Interesting. Some of these are starting to line up a little bit. It looks like a couple of these individual cells out in front have moved a little bit slower than the line or the cluster storms that's developed behind them. So that's a little bit interesting. This was an area that we were also watching for rotation. That has backed off some as it's coming across the Des Moines River around Eddyville, up towards Okaloosa, Iowa. We'll keep an eye on that one. That may have... it was looking a little healthier just a few minutes ago. And then we've lost the severe warnings around Newton, coming towards Grinnell, Iowa, and up towards Marshalltown. So yeah, that's the situation right now. Tornado warning there, and then 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of those are in Iowa. This one is our other area that we do want to watch. It's kind of on the southern end of this line that's developed. That is another storm that has access to some pretty warm and moist inflow. But that one also is producing ping pong ball size hail, moving east at 50 miles an hour around Unionville. That is for northern Putnam County in northern Missouri. We have our other storm. This is for Appanoose County in Iowa, moving northeast at 45 around Seymour, Iowa. Then we lose a little bit of those severe warnings. Wouldn't be surprised if this whole cluster goes severe warned in time. There are some pockets of stronger wind in here, some areas of broad rotation. That one kind of lifting out from the Seymour area. And then we pick up that warning there. Tornado possible tag with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. That's around Monroe, Marion, and Makosha counties. We'll see, they may extend a new warning off of that. And then we'll go back in here. Ottumwa right now is under the gun for this warning. Pretty low cloud base there. It's hailing probably pretty good around Ottumwa Junction, Phillips, and then areas here along the highway near the Super 8, near the Cedar Creek Golf Course. Hopefully everybody's off the golf course. That is likely some large hail just in and north sides of Ottumwa. And yeah, the rotation coming into town as well. So that is a super dangerous storm. It's going to continue lifting off. Watch this one if you're out here towards Washington, Wellman, and Riverside, Sigourney. All those areas kind of need to keep your eye on this storm. Even Iowa City down the line. This is an area that we've dealt with tornadoes on live streams in this area before. So this area is no stranger to tornadoes, and wouldn't be surprised if we also get some new warnings here down the line, because that storm is in a pretty favorable position. Take a look here at some of the latest model data, and I'll pull this up for you guys too. There's the latest model data. So it's starting off pretty good. It has this cluster of storms a little bit further north and a little delayed, so it's a little bit further south there. But we see it kind of the general idea. It's got that pretty good compared to the reality. It has kind of this cluster of storms, and then it does have a couple storms kind of out in front. It wants to put a lot more convection here in the next little bit towards Missouri, which we may start to see here in the next few minutes. So it's starting off decent, not the greatest, but yeah, just kind of slide all that down because it puts a lot more of these discrete cells up here towards Iowa City and Cedar Rapids with that kind of back edge line coming through Waterloo, and just kind of shift this, I think, down a little bit. And that's probably a better model. It's maybe off by, 50 miles or so. But later today, this will kind of swing towards Iowa City. So we could see more development that way too. Yeah, and we have to watch. Basically, it does kind of hint at least a broken line of storms like we're seeing now with these kind of individual cells out in front. That would be a little more favorable for tornadoes. Then we have to watch some pockets of storms further south. This one wants to develop some storms also across central Illinois. And then we'll have to see here. This is kind of conditional if those storms are able to ride that warm nose and lift up into southern Wisconsin. That could accentuate and extend that tornado threat into southern Wisconsin, especially areas, I think, especially south, like where the warning or the watch box is right now. The southern counties that border Illinois, I think, have the better chance of severe weather with possible tornadoes. Once we get up towards Madison, Milwaukee, it's still a little bit cool. So we'll see if it does push up that far. But I do think Madison, Milwaukee, that kind of corridor in there, we'll see at least strong storms. They may just be kind of elevated by the time we get into that corridor. A little bit of a question mark on that northern extent. I think we had some people on yesterday's stream from Milwaukee asking about that. And it's still a little bit of a question mark. There's the updated, I think this camera takes a picture every couple minutes, but there's the updated look at that storm. That's the hail core back in here, where it's kind of grayish white. That's the hail core. If there is a tornado, it would be kind of tucked back up in this area. I don't see one, at least visually, on this camera perspective, but pretty low cloud base there. There's your hail core. So yeah, this is kind of your inflow region back in here. Looks like that's probably your flanking line back this way towards the southwest. So yeah, we'd be looking right up in that area. And I don't see anything on the ground there, but things could change, especially since we don't have a live camera. It's live, but not really kind of camera. And then, yeah, this model these have been consistent the last couple days. But this model by evening here, St. Louis, I think, really needs to watch. A little bit of underrated threat across St. Louis and eastern Missouri, areas around Springfield, Illinois, down towards Jacksonville, Jerseyville, Carlton, and then into Missouri, Warrenton, Troy, and then pushing into St. Louis. We may get some stronger storms there by about 6, 7 o'clock at night. This model still also wants to put some storms down into southeast Missouri this afternoon and evening, so we'll see if stuff develops down there too. And we could get some more development down across the Mississippi River Valley later into the evening with some stronger storms pushing into parts of Michigan as well. Yeah, this is going to go probably into Michigan by about midnight, or the Detroit area, especially by about midnight. Still could have some storms going. A couple rounds of storms are possible. So yeah, we talked about this yesterday. This is not fully a one and done situation. Because we may have a couple bands of storms. This is about 7 o'clock, and it kind of shows that with the back edge kind of cluster storms, and then individual supercells, kind of a broken line of individual cells, and then maybe some prefrontal cells even beyond that. So we'll see how everything develops. Every severe weather event is different, even though there's analogs to previous events. Every one is a little bit different with a different amount of ingredients, different mix of things. And if I didn't say it already, this tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock. I forget if I said that when I was detailing the tornado watch a little bit ago, but that goes until 8 o'clock. Okay, they have done what I thought they would do. They basically warned that entire cluster of storms right now on the backside. So Mystic, Centerville, a little bit of broad rotation there. Albia, Blakesburg, down to Unionville, Missouri. That whole line is severe warned. Once we get north of there, things do kind of fizzle off a little bit towards the I-80 corridor right now. But then we do have our tornadic supercell moving through the Ottumwa area. And if there is a tornado, it's going to be hard to see. We're a little bit further from the radar site. Yeah, it's going to be right here, just north and east of Ottumwa now, around Bladensburg Road, approaching Agency Hendrick Road. Areas around Highland Center, 160th Street, and also coming up towards Farson in Iowa. This is in south central Iowa. There's a little bit of better look at that rotation rate in here. So they have extended this. Is this a new national Quad Cities? I believe this is a different weather. Yeah, Des Moines. So the Quad Cities office will take over for the next counties, and they've extended this out quite a bit. I like that idea. They've also upped the hail to 2-inch in diameter hail. That's for Keokuk, Washington, and Jefferson counties in southeast Iowa. Near Ottumwa or near Agency, moving northeast at 45. There it is. There's the latest update. So there's your new warning. Keokuk counties, and then Washington and Jefferson counties. There's your area there of circulation just coming out of the Ottumwa area. And it's continuing here. Newest radar scan out right now, approaching Farson. Farson right there at the center of your screen. And then Martinsburg, Packwood, Richland, Ollie, Keota, and Harper are up next. We'll get an updated track on this cell. Ooh. Yeah, it's got some hail in it too. I'm going to take it out kind of from the leading edge of the, at least right now, of that circulation. And they have increased that forward speed a little bit. There you go. Farson about 3 minutes or less. Ollie 16 minutes. And then Richland 21. If it holds together, right at the end of that warning polygon is Westchester, Iowa. That would be about 40 minutes from now, towards the end of the warning polygon. So right now, two tornado warnings. The one is, they're basically for the same cell. The one is kind of in the middle of the warning right now. This is going to go north of Fairfield. So if you're in that Fairfield area, that area is not affected by that tornado warning. A little bit of a camera hole it's going to be going through. Those are some pretty rural counties north and east of Ottumwa. Yeah, we're a little bit of a camera hole as well as a radar hole, but that should be fixed within the next year or so. They're actually putting a new NexRad site in the county there, east of Kirksville, Edina County, Missouri. So that should be up and running within about a year or so. That will really help with radar coverage. in this area. New hail reports coming in already from Wapello County in Iowa, 1-inch hail. And again, it's being warned right now for lime-sized hail, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more hail reports coming out of this cell. Again, a very dangerous cell in southeast Iowa right now. Unfortunately, we're starting to get away from the radars. Let's see, where are we looking at? It will get closer to the Quad Cities radar, so that's a good sign. Should get better data on that as it does get closer to the Quad Cities radar. But yeah, there's the look of the hail core in here. And then the area of rotation just approaching the Farson area. That's about where we see that rotation. We are looking up a ways in the storm. So we're seeing very broad rotation right now at the upper levels, but that likely is translating to the ground. And there are likely storm spotters out here that may be able to help verify some of that storm activity and report that they at least maybe see some rotation, things like that. Still radar indicated. Watching a couple of these storms going up here in eastern Iowa, extreme southeastern Iowa, and then eastern Missouri, around Canton, Monticello, north and west of Quincy. Keep an eye on those areas. The models do like to break storms out in that region. And then we've had some storms go through the St. Louis area already, especially looks like east of St. Louis. But that has not cleared St. Louis out. And the models do bring more storms firing across east central Missouri that will go through St. Louis later today. Just taking a look here, just making sure everything's good to go. We have some storms and showers in northeast Arkansas, but everybody's behaving themselves right now down here. And then same way for the Chicago area. You guys are not in a severe warning or watch yet. There are flash flood watches up around the Chicago area with some storms basically on the state line, northern Illinois and south east parts of Wisconsin, kind of between Milwaukee and basically the state line. But that cell right there around Twin Lakes is a little bit feisty as well, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Could have some gusty winds, maybe some small hail in that cell. And then we are quiet right now across parts of Grand Rapids and Michigan. Maybe some freezing rain up into these cells. Potentially some freezing storms because there's some lightning up in here too. So they have extended that ice storm warning across the upper peninsula of Michigan and also the northern lower peninsula of Michigan. But yeah, some of the areas today in Wisconsin had an ice storm warning overlapping with a severe risk. As the warm air kind of pushes up, it's going to lift a little bit of that freezing precip away from some of these areas into central Wisconsin that had those ice storm warnings earlier, but it's still kind of a cool day in some of those areas in Wisconsin. There's that area of rotation right again around Farson, Iowa. And then there is some broader rotation in some of these cells to the west. They're kind of, they've weakened a little bit, at least some of those areas of rotation. That one cell is also weakened significantly, the one that had some rotation around Eddyville a little bit ago. Yeah, we're not seeing much definition in some of those cells anymore. There's some new hail reports. 2-inch diameter hen egg size hail out of Ottumwa just a couple minutes ago. So that does verify that lime size hail in the warning polygon. So nice job on the warning there by the National Weather Service out of the Quad Cities, spotting that lime size hail. If there is any lime size hail, it's be in here around Martinsburg and Hendrick, and then coming up towards Ollie, Keota, and Harper. Also watching that cell back here towards Eddyville with potentially some hail in here. There is also some spin in this storm as well. So keeping an eye on those. Kind of some embedded hail cores in this cluster of storms with some gusty winds as well, particularly there across south central parts of Iowa. But yeah, we verified that 2-inch diameter hail in the warning polygon. So it's always good when that verifies. Because some days the models kind of overestimate the hail, and then other days can underestimate the hail. And then a lot of days it's kind of spot on. And I want to check some of my, now that we have a verified hail report, I do want to check some of my other products kind of off to my other screen, see what it's saying for hail size. Let's see, my other product is saying there's a potential max hail size of 3.5 inches in diameter, which there could be some closer to 2.5 inch diameter hail, but I don't think that that product is estimating some of that hail right now. Since we're far from the radar, and since there is a compact hail core, it's really hard to see exactly what's going on at the ground level. There's correlation coefficient drop. You may have seen me kind of look at a couple times. I'm more looking at it right now for the hail core versus the tornado indications, because we can see the hail in this storm looking up probably 7,000 feet or so. And I can also check that on a couple of the radar products that I have. So with looking up so high in the storm, it's just really hard to see what is going on at the ground level. Yeah, we're looking up about closer to 8,000 feet. Almost the same distance from the Des Moines radar as the Quad Cities radar. So both of them, we're looking up about 8,000 feet. Yeah, that checks out. It's about 87 miles, looks like, to the Quad Cities radar. And about the same, 88 miles to the Des Moines radar. And that's a decent estimate, especially out here. It's pretty flat, about 1,000 feet for every 10 miles. So that's about right. Storm is still a really dangerous storm. We've confirmed that there's large hail in it. There is still an area of rotation as well. That is just near Martinsburg, Iowa, approaching State Highway 149. And then that'll continue up towards Ollie, basically kind of along and north of State Highway 149 and State Highway 78. So if you live in that area, Washington and Jefferson counties. North of that 78, that's going to be your area that has the highest chance of a tornado right now. I didn't like how that drew. I kind of take it out from this leading edge of the hail core as well as the mesocyclone in that. And it's going to be into areas around Harper in about 13 minutes. Westchester, I think we talked about that community earlier, about 25 minutes now. and Kyoto, Iowa, 18 minutes. So you have a few minutes there to get to your tornado safe space, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Basement, storm shelter are the best options, but if you don't have a basement, at least get to that low level into your room, away from windows. This should pass to the south of Sigourney and also to likely to the north of Richland, but Richland, you need to be in your tornado safe space too, right there along Highway 78. And then that threat for Ottumwa has diminished some. However, there are more storms behind that lead storm. Right now, there's severe warned with some small hail and gusty winds. I think that one of the heavier cells is going to go north of Ottumwa. That one has some hail and gusty winds in that one too. Maybe a little bit more there since it's bowing out a little bit. We also, right along the state line with Missouri and Iowa, have some hail cores for some small hail in those two around Centerville, and then right on the state line to the north and east of St. John, Missouri. But they have backed the warning off of that a little bit. It was being warned for ping pong ball sized hail earlier. Now just a standard severe thunderstorm warning. But those storms are feisty from time to time. Less of a severe threat right now across the I-80 corridor. It's still just a little bit cool. I think we checked in earlier. Marshalltown, it was only about 50 degrees. Let me see how that warm nose is proceeding to the east. And what do we have out in front of this? Iowa City. Yeah, see, Iowa City, it's about 65 degrees. So that is warm enough with, yeah, it's in the mid to upper 60s across southeast Iowa. With especially with the shear in the environment, that is enough to get some tornadic circulations. But Washington, Iowa, it's about 70 degrees now. And then down towards Burlington, Iowa, it's about 71. And the Quad Cities checking in about 67 right now. That's over here. So there is juice there. But yeah, Clinton, Iowa, it's right about 59, 60 degrees still around Clinton. So it gets a little bit cooler north of I-80. Cedar Rapids checking in at about 60 degrees as well. Just off the edge of your screen there. There's Cedar Rapids. So yeah, a little cooler across that corridor there. Still watching these storms. Nothing has organized too crazy across southeast parts of Iowa and then northeast Missouri, but those storms are starting to upscale a little bit across that area, right along the Mississippi River. So we'll keep an eye on those. Those are in a somewhat favorable environment too. They're kind of just drifting off to the northeast. So watch those around Burlington. Those will get up towards the Quad City area later this afternoon. Checking some camera settings here. Take a look at our Quad Cities cam. Yeah, that one is, you can see the mix of clouds and sun in the background, but the keyword there is some sunshine Definitely out ahead of these storms. We are getting some filtered sunshine across the Quad Cities, across the Mississippi River Valley. So that is, with those temperatures conducive of severe weather. You can see the mix of clouds and sun. It still has shrunk a little bit in size, but also strength. It's like the hail core has come down a bit on that one as it's worked its way through Martinsburg and now around Ollie, approaching Harper and Kyoto. We are a ways from the radar, but it does look like the rotation has backed off a little bit in that cell as well. This was a little bit brighter, certainly when it was backed by Ottumwa, but even just near Martinsburg, it was just a little more organized looking. Right now, it's not quite as healthy as it was a little bit ago, but yeah, we are seeing those storms are going up fairly quick around West Point and just to the west of Burlington, Iowa. So keep an eye on those cells. We may start to see this severe threat kind of shift, or at least the tornado threat from this. There were two cells kind of out in front of the cluster of storms. We may see that kind of shift over towards those cells along the Mississippi River. And I wouldn't be surprised if too long, this area here early in the severe event today is a little bit more of a one and done. So I wouldn't be surprised if they cut some of these counties basically across the I-35 corridor. They're already going to do that into Missouri. So areas around Trenton, Chillicothe, Princeton in northern Missouri, they're going to trim those counties from the warning polygon or for the watch polygons. And yeah, Des Moines right now, I think your severe threat's basically done for the day. Low pressure is actually kind of just in that Des Moines area, looks like. Kind of see this little bit of a spin in the atmosphere that lifts off towards the north and east. So this is a little bit of a delayed look at it, but that has kind of lifted off this way. I'm going to make a couple adjustments here off the camera, but so I'll be right here. I'm just going to just mute myself and take me All right, that's good. Had to make a couple desk adjustments, and yeah, got a little bit messy there real quick. One more thing. I got bumped just a little bit. That's better. Okay. Not perfect, but better. All right. Yes. New updates here. They are going to cut a bunch of these areas off of the tornado watch. Knoxville, Marshalltown. Really not much of a tornado threat up there at 50 degrees the whole time. Des Moines, Newton, Knoxville, Indianola. Basically, if you're along and west of 35, you're good to go in Iowa. Areas around Corridon and Pleasantville, the entire Des Moines area going to be cleared from that tornado threat. Yeah, the hail size has come down on that cell quite a bit in the last couple minutes. So still a tornado warning cell. We had a new hail report out of Ollie, Iowa, in Keokuk County of 1.25 inch size hail. It looks like the hail core is still going in here. It still means business. It's a small cell, but some larger hail around Keota and Harper. That'll be headed up just probably north and west of Westchester. And then there is still rotation also showing on this cell right near Talleyrand. That is County Road 38 and 300th Avenue, south of Keota. That's our area of rotation. And yeah, that will be moving fairly close to the Washington, Iowa area. Our camera, we do maybe have a camera. No, we don't. It's a road camera. Some of the cameras out here in Iowa just focus on the road for especially winter weather, so they can see road conditions. Here's a look at out of the Iowa City area, US 218 south of I-80. So that's our closest live camera, kind of in that Coralville area, Iowa City area. But that is looking generally towards those storms. So a little bit of cloud definition there. This storm is generally kind of headed not quite to Iowa City, but likely south of there, especially around Lone Tree. Keep an eye on that cell if you're in the Lone Tree area. And yeah, we'll get a little bit better look at it as it gets towards the Quad Cities metro. Still radar indicated tornado warning. It is shrunk in size quite a bit. The warning as well as the storm for Keokuk and Washington counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Talleyrand, like we just said, or 12 miles east of Sigourney, moving northeast at 45. And we're going to get to the point here in a couple minutes where we see if they extend a new tornado warning or if they extend a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That'll be an interesting thing to see, kind of how they want to play that. A new mesoscale discussion just went up for this area into eastern Iowa and western and northwestern Illinois. The small cluster of storms that's developed across parts of central and southern Iowa and far northern Missouri is immediately in advance of the eastward moving mid and upper level shortwave and the surface low. So that's about where we expected that. The warm front extending eastward from the low continues to move quickly northward, with ongoing storms expected to persist as they move east across the warm sector. Ahead of this primary broken line of storms, a supercell has recently intensified near Ottumwa, Iowa. So they're keeping an eye on this cell. Again, it is trying to, I think, reorganize, but it backed off for a little bit. But it may be trying to reorganize. That supercell has recently produced a 2-inch diameter hail. And while the surface winds south of this warm front are somewhat veered, strong flow just above the surface is supportive of the hail and the tornado threat in that supercell, as well as any other warm sector supercells through the afternoon. Otherwise, large hail and locally severe gusts will be possible. Farther southeast, convection is gradually increasing across far northeast Missouri, southeast Iowa, and a supercell or two could evolve within this region in time. So, okay, not much new things, all basically recapping the stuff we've already talked about. But yeah, we're watching cells down here. A couple of those have some lightning that they're showing up around Keokuk, and right at the state line there with Iowa and Missouri. And then a couple stronger cells now passing the Burlington, Iowa area, around New London, east of Mount Pleasant. But yeah, right now, this is kind of our main supercell. And this is the one that's produced the 2-inch diameter hail around Ottumwa, 1.25-inch hail around Martinsburg and Ollie. And it does look like the hail core has kicked back up again right over the town of Keota. It's a dangerous cell. It's headed up towards Wellman, Kelowna, Riverside, and Frytown. So I'm taking this out at basically kind of the leading edge of the hail core. So the tornado threat would be tucked back a little bit further, as well as the largest hail, which is basically over Keota, Iowa right now. So that gives you an extra couple minutes of warning, but essentially Wellman about 5 minutes, Kelowna 14, Riverside 23, and Hills 28. That's south of Iowa City by about 8 or so miles. And then we do have a line of strong, but right now mostly non-severe storms behind that. We'll see if they can catch the supercell out in front. That can sometimes happen, with the supercells moving a slightly different direction and a little bit slower, and the line kind of surging out like it is a little bit kind of right behind it. Tumwa back in some rain and some hail after the severe cell came through a few minutes ago, and then the southern flank doesn't look quite as spicy right now, but still a strong to severe storm across that area around Centerville. We'll see if they continue a warning there, but that warning expires in about 4 or 5 minutes. So this is the mesoscale discussions. You can see this gray blob right here. That is the mesoscale discussion that I just read that basically recapped everything that we've been saying on here. There's a green circle or oval that is for some flash flooding risk across this area. So that's a separate hydrological mesoscale discussion for those areas for heavy rain. The gray is one for the tornado watch. There's a new mesoscale discussion. Probability of a watch right now about 40%. You can see here some of the probabilities within that: tornado, wind, and some hail. Areas affected include Arkansas, southeast Missouri, and adjacent portions of western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and southern Iowa. So a watch is possible down there. Scattered thunderstorm development is underway. and will persist into the early evening. So that's kind of what we were saying earlier. Thunderstorm has recently been initiating in a broken band north of Poplar Bluff toward Carbondale, Illinois. So we will see. I do have, we're well prepared here. We got cameras all over the place, but I do have cameras down in northeast parts of Arkansas, kind of in anticipation of some of those storms going up. And yeah, there has been some new development there, like they're saying, around the Poplar Bluff area. One stronger storm west of Memphis right now, with a special weather statement on that cell. Some gusty winds in there. That's going to head just across the areas around Marion, Arkansas, Clarkdale, Terrell, and probably towards Millington, where the radar site is, north of Memphis. So yeah, watching for potentially another severe watch down there. Could be a tornado watch if one does, if they do issue it, but it's slightly lower risk down there. I do expect that they probably will issue at some point a watch across this area. Storms are, the models show storms are going to fire across that area. Okay, we our new tornado warning. This is for areas in Johnson and Washington counties in southeast Iowa. That's for that storm around Keota, or 10 miles west of Washington, moving northeast of 45. So nothing has changed on the timing of this storm. It's just an extension of that current warning. Still a radar indicated tornado, $half size hail. Yeah, they've dropped the hail from the lime sized, I believe it was earlier. So yeah, they've dropped the hail a little bit. It may have reorganized though. The hail kind of picked back up right around the Keota area. So it'll be interesting to see if we get a new, any new storm reports out of those cells. And yeah, still watching some strong cells, some embedded pockets of gusty wind. With a couple of those cells, there is a couple areas of rotation, but it's very broad at the moment. This is kind of our only supercell right now. Yeah, for that one cell, they're going to issue there's a little bit of rotation right around Marengo. They are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning that covers that whole line segment. It's also bowing out quite a bit. You can see that bowing feature in here. This is I-80 cutting through the middle of this warning polygon. So Iowa City, you guys are in the severe thunderstorm warning around Coralville and North Liberty up through Salon. And then this does include the Cedar Rapids area with areas around Williamsburg, Homestead, Oxford, Tiffin, and West Amana also in this warning. The other warning does cover areas southwest sides of Iowa City, including out there along the Avenue of the Saints and along Highway 15, it looks like, or Highway 1 southwest, Rowett Road, so Sharon Center Road. Those areas on the southwest sides of Iowa City are also included in that. That's going to be areas just to the south and west of the Iowa City Municipal Airport. Yeah, we can see the runways kind of right in there. So just on the south side of the airport, some university extensions are out there, but the main campus is tucked up a little closer into Iowa City. This has been on a pretty steady northeast track. It has not wavered that much. There's your rotation in there just north of Westchester. Looks a little bit healthier than it did earlier, but that also may be because we're also getting slightly closer to the radar site. And I'll keep that moving at 45. That brings it into Kelowna, about 10 or 11 minutes. Riverside, 20. Hills, 24. I do think that cell is going to slide south of Iowa City, but areas like West Liberty and West Branch, about 40 minutes away. We'll keep an eye on that one for you guys. These other cells are moving at about 40 miles an hour to the north and east. So we'll get some new communities into this track here. Cedar Rapids, about a half hour, 40 minutes or so. Mount Vernon, about 52 minutes. Oxford, 18. North Liberty, you're going to be in that about a half hour kind of range. And that's for kind of the northern segment of that line. For some of these areas that go a little bit more easterly, yeah, North Liberty, about 34 minutes. Iowa City, whether that supercell kind of skips you, the line behind it won't. And that's about 40 minutes or so to the Iowa City area with those storms. West Branch, also about 50 minutes. So a couple different storm systems here. We are watching that supercell that is out in front near Wellman and Kelowna and Lone Tree, and then we do have to deal with that line segment behind those that leading edge storm. Same for the areas around Ottumwa, finally going to clear out. A pretty nasty storm around Hendrick, Martinsburg, and Farsom again. That will work its way towards the Fairfield area. And we've lost a lot of the severe warnings, though, on the southern end of that storm. But new storms are going up across the Mississippi River Valley, Burlington, up to Morning Sun, and then Wapello. And we'll keep an eye on those ones for the Quad Cities. Right now, pretty calm across the Quad Cities. Also watching areas around Quincy and especially west of Quincy right now. See if we have any back building storms. Not much right now back building into Missouri, but we will keep an eye on that one. And then, yeah, seeing some storms going up around Poplar Bluff, Puxico, Missouri, out towards Bloomfield and Dexter. Again, this area not in a watch right now, but could have a couple stronger storms. And then this storm is pretty feisty around Crawfordsville on the west side of Memphis. The southeast has a couple areas where there's some stronger storms, but it's mostly kind of air mass thunderstorms and some clusters of storms. There are a couple stronger storms across, it looks like, the lower Mississippi Valley, approaching the Jackson Metro right now. Kind of a Boeing segment there, and then down towards Hammond, Louisiana. But yeah, our main risk right now is into east central Iowa. Areas from Marengo up to Cedar Rapids, down towards Iowa City. We have the one severe warning that covers that Boeing line segment. A little embedded rotation in there around Marengo. And then this is our prefrontal, pre-line supercell that's had a little bit of an all hazards threat with some large hail. It's like earlier, just a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust reported there around Kyoto. But this is starting to kind of reorganize itself. It looks a little bit healthier than it did earlier. Rotation picking up a little bit near Lexington. This is just south of Wellman. So keeping a very close eye on this cell right here around the Lexington area. That would be along State Highway 22 towards Richmond, Iowa, Kelowna, and then Riverside. Right now that area is at Juniper Avenue, just east of Lexington, and approaching 140th Street. Yeah, that's exactly where that area of circulation is. That may be trying to intensify, probably feeling a little bit of interaction with the line segment behind it. But sometimes we see that as the line segment starts to kind of push in and nudge the rear flank, it kind of helps sometimes push that rear flank out and focus a little bit of the inflow channel a little better. Maybe what's going on here with some influence there between those two storm systems. But either way, this looks a little healthier than it did just a couple minutes ago, with the rear flank kind of wrapping around like that, the inflow notch in here, and then your hail core sitting off on the north side there. Yeah, the hail core is still showing up in this cell too. Basically kind of paralleling to 140th Street right now, coming into the Wellman area and Kelowna. That's where our hail core is sitting. Here's a look at I-80. This is at Eagle Avenue on the west side of the Coralville, Iowa City area. A little bit of precip falling. Where is this? This is it. Eagle Avenue. Here it is, right here. A little bit of precip falling basically from the forward flank of that supercell. It's off to the south, but that's going to clear out. And then the darker clouds you can see off to the horizon, that is this severe line of storms, basically under the tag, but especially back here. That is the darker line of storms approaching the I-80 area here in the Iowa City area. And that will really affect the whole I-380 corridor from Cedar Rapids down through Iowa City. See, some new warning, 64 mile an hour at Parnell, Iowa. So that is checking out. It's a severe thunderstorm there. Tornado possible. There has been a little bit of rotation at times, but it's kind of broad rotation. Somewhat of a little bit of a calm ahead feature, and then the winds kind of bowing out on the southern flank of that one. So some of the strongest winds are probably going to be up towards North Liberty and then approaching areas around Cedar Rapids, with a little bit less of a wind threat across Iowa City at the moment. We do have to watch this cell. I think it's getting ready to produce. Just in the last few minutes, we can see how much more organized this cell has become. It weakened briefly, then started to strengthen, and since it's been on a strengthening phase, it has really started to develop a stinger of a hook. We can see the hail core is still pretty organized around Kelowna, and it's still pretty consistently moving to the north and east. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is getting ready to produce, and it may be, let's see, it's hard to say. So here's your hail core kind of back in here. I'm looking kind of right in here. This is where I would expect to see anything, and I don't see anything right there based on the correlation coefficient right in there. That is a really well-pronounced supercell. You can see it's hooking in here, and then the rear flank is surging out. A little bit of a flanking line. You can see some reflectivity of it. It is starting to get interfered with by this other cell. But yeah, I think that is helping to kind of nudge that rear flank out like I said earlier. It has a very tight inflow channel in here, so pretty strong inflow channel. If it's not producing right now, it's very close to producing. And that would be right there, just to the south sides of Kelowna. So 140th Street, Larch Avenue, approaching areas around Richmond, Iowa, towards Riverside. You guys really need to take this seriously. That is a very nasty storm. And I do want to take kind of a closer look here. Here's the leading edge of that mesocyclone. And at about 45 miles an hour, it's going to bring it over towards Riverside, 10 minutes, Lone Tree, 20, and West Liberty, about 33 minutes. That's kind of on its current track. If it pulls a little bit more towards the north, I do want to, just in case, Iowa City, if it starts to pull more northerly, it'd be about 23 minutes to that area of rotation, with the hail kind of coming on a couple minutes before that. But I think it's more on this track right here. So keep an eye on this one. West Branch, Hills, Riverside, and Kelowna. It's about now here in eastern and southeastern Iowa. Again, if there is an area of tornadic activity, but right in that area, just near Richmond, along 140th Street, 150th Street, just now coming into Richmond, Hickory Street, and what is that? Larch Avenue. The hail has also picked up on this cell again, so I would not be surprised if that is also producing more than inch and a quarter, $half size hail. It could be back to lime size in some of those areas there. Let me use a couple of my other radar tools off to the side and see if we have. Yeah, it's probably back to lime sized hail. I am seeing like 2-inch diameter hail on a couple other pieces of software that I use, even a little higher, 2.5-inch diameter hail. So it may be, it's definitely ramping back up with the hail core and with the circulation there. That area that's also gone through Ottumwa has also gotten a severe warning. Oh, Ottumwa had almost 3-inch diameter hail earlier. Public report relayed through broadcast media. So Ottumwa got that hail core with that tornado threat. Yeah, it hammered Ottumwa pretty good. News: severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag includes Washington, Brighton, Fairfield, Columbus Junction. You guys are all in this warning. It's going to be a bunch of counties: Northern Henry, Western Louisa, Southeastern Keokuk, Southern Jefferson, Jefferson County, and then Southern Washington County. And that's moving east at 55. A little bit faster storm motion today, so we will have to, we'll probably see a lot more of these types of warnings that have the warning polygon extended out pretty far. But that is because of how fast it's going. Columbus Junction, about 45 minutes. Washington, 30. Fairfield, about 5 to 8 minutes. And then Wayland, 26. If it holds together, Grandview, about an hour. Don't see a ton of circulation in that. There's actually a little bit off of that warning polygon, but we'll keep an eye on that one too. Here's, I would say, looking towards that tornado warning storm. Can't probably see that much from that angle. But yeah, watching this area right around Richmond. Should have a new scan in just a minute, but we'll see about this one. It's approaching State Highway 22. Iowa has a lot of road cameras just to track all the winter weather. All right, we'll go back to our Eagle Street camera. You can see the line working in here. It's getting quite dark along the horizon line. That is the separate severe warning cells that are coming in from the west. They had earlier around Williamsburg a 64-mile-an-hour wind gust at Parnell, Iowa. So we do have to take these pretty seriously. There is also some circulation broadly around Fairfax, approaching Cedar Rapids. That's kind of in this little comma head feature. And then it trails with some gustier winds south of there. Still seeing rotation in here. It's backed off just in the last couple minutes, though. It doesn't look quite as healthy. It may have tried. It may have even put down a quick tornado. It's hard to tell. But it was very well structured a couple minutes ago. It's maybe getting too much interference from this line segment that's catching up to it. But either way, that's still a dangerous cell. Likely some lime-sized hail in here near Kelowna and just approaching Riverside right now. Yeah, potentially some 2.5 inch diameter hail in those storms. Right now, a fairly small and compact severe weather event. It should broaden out in the next couple hours, but we do have strong to severe storms from about Cedar Rapids down to Fairfield in Iowa. This is kind of east central, eastern Iowa, approaching Iowa City, approaching Washington, and approaching Cedar Rapids, and the entire Cedar Rapids corridor here from Cedar Rapids down to North Liberty, Salon, and Iowa City, also included in that severe warning polygon. There is broad rotation, but likely not imminently tornadic around Fairfax and Atkins. And then down through Iowa City, you're starting to get the forward flank of that supercell. It's mostly going to be some gusty winds and some heavy rain, maybe some small hail, especially if you're down here by the airport. That's where a little bit more of that hail could increase in intensity. And then I think still the strongest part of the storm with the lime-sized hail, as well as the tornado threat, would be just south there towards Riverside. Both of those are still going to slide just south of Iowa City, but keep an eye on this, especially Iowa City if you're on the south and southwest sides of town. South of the airport, that's where the tornado warning extends. Right about there is where that tornado warning extends, and the airport in Iowa City is basically right here. So very close to the airport. If you're anywhere in that area or just south of there, I would get to my tornado safe space, and certainly in a sturdy structure away from windows because of that that hail threat, that wind-driven hail threat. And then, yeah, the circulation is down here closer to Riverside. The next line of storms behind there, that's what the camera is showing there, is quickly approaching here with some heavier rain and gusty winds. Camera's rocking a little bit, but it's not quite into the heaviest of this storm system yet. That's coming through Fairfax, down to Oxford, and then areas east of Williamsburg, down through Wellman, Keota, and Richland. And that's where we pick up another severe warning for some small hail, gusty winds, a tornado possible, but not seeing a ton in rotation in this part of the line. Maybe a little bit near Richland. Ottumwa, you're about done. Hopefully, if you got some car windows left, you can start cleaning up whatever got damaged here. But we had some close to 3-inch diameter hail, as well as a tornado warning earlier at Ottumwa. And then if you're watching here from the Des Moines area, you guys have been cleared from the tornado watch. So Des Moines, Newton, Marshalltown, Knoxville, Creston, even down towards areas like Corydon, Osceola, and basically the state line with Missouri. You guys are all good to go along that I-35 corridor. This is now pushing into eastern Iowa, and we'll see how it goes from here. There is the kind of warm nose of this system, and it's going to continue to lift off to the northeast across basically the Wisconsin and Illinois border. So the severe threat here for Illinois has been fairly low so far this afternoon. That's going to start increasing as these storms get closer to the Mississippi River. And then we are watching a couple other things, watching a cluster of storms starting to go up right along the Mississippi River in southeast Iowa. None of those have been severe yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple warnings out of these. Starting to see some little hail cores and also lightning intensify with these. They're also little mini supercells, so we do see there are some areas of rotation. They do have mesocyclones in them, so we do have to watch these cells, especially these two here around Fort Madison. They seem to be a little bit more of the mature ones, and then there's also a couple here, Mediopolis and south of the Quad Cities, that we also have to keep our eye on. I want to take a look at the Quad City camera. Let's take a look. Yeah, see, things have changed there a little bit. Here's one of those cells across the Quad Cities area, and that is that cell right here around Edgerton and Illinois City. So getting a decent look at this cell. It does have a little bit of a sickle cell shape. It is kind of a little, it's in a sheared environment. It's a little mini supercell as well. A little bit of a hail core possibly developing there. And that is essentially looking at this area here where I'm kind of moving that cursor. That's the main core of the storm. This camera is right about there. So that camera's kind of capturing this view for us. And this cell is kind of moving across that viewpoint. So nice camera there right on the Mississippi River, basically. It's going to move into Iowa here in the next few minutes. Areas around Bluegrass and Andalusia, and likely the west side of the Quad Cities. That it's a small storm, but it's going to pack a localized punch on there. Then kind of similar storms, just a little bit bigger, mini supercells also down here around Keithsburg, and those will kind of lift towards the Quad Cities area as well. Ooh, this has gone observed. Here's a look back at the Iowa City area. Let's see. This has gone observed. Confirmed tornado over Kelowna or 12 miles north of Washington, moving northeast at 45. A weather spotter confirmed the tornado there. Multiple reports of train spotters of a tornado south of Kelowna. So that would be back here. So it's maybe a slightly delayed report. Yeah, that's when we kind of said it could be producing down here near Richmond, 140th Street, south of Kelowna. That would kind of check out. So that may have lifted since then. Yeah, that'd be like right in this area. Probably right here south of Richmond, 150th Street, the Kelowna Golf Club, that kind of area right in there. So likely not on the ground still. I don't see any CC evidence of it. But that's approaching 500th Street and also basically the Avenue of the Saints there. South sides of Iowa City. Again, Iowa City proper, you guys are not in that tornado warning. This is for areas basically Riverside, Lone Tree Hills, and then up to the southwest sides of Iowa City near the airport. Also watching some broad rotation there around Fairfax coming into Cedar Rapids. A little bit also in this cell near Oxford. And then severe warnings continue down towards Fairfax. Those don't look quite as punchy. I am intrigued by these cells out here. These may be the new kind of main event starting to build up, especially if these can tap some of those low-level instability as well as the shear in the environment. This one near Oakville is piquing my interest a little bit. Starting to see some rotation pick up on those cells. They're right on the Mississippi River, so they may get severe warnings, probably tornado possible tags in not too distant future. Also some broad rotation in the cell north of Keokuk, crossing into areas in Illinois, just south of Fort Madison in Iowa. And then a strong cell down in an area where the Storm Prediction Center is kind of watching this area in the mid-Mississippi Valley, but a stronger cell working north of Memphis. Yeah, it's well north of Memphis. It's past Terrell, past Clarkdale in Arkansas, and it's crossing the Mississippi River. It'll go into western Tennessee around Drummonds, Munford, Brighton, Covington kind of area. There's actually, before this whole severe event went going, there was actually a reported tornado by the emergency management there in Giddings, Texas. A little kind of boundary kind of formed, and a storm riding along that produced a brief and likely weak tornado between Smithville and Giddings, Texas. And then we had a couple stronger storms, I think, around Shreveport earlier, and also a couple stronger storms in the southern parts of the Mississippi River Valley. Jackson down through Brookhaven, and then also west of Hammond, with some stronger storms there around Livingston. So keep an eye on a couple areas kind of outside of our main threat, and then also a big winter weather threat from the northern peninsula of Michigan across most of the Dakotas. A couple feet of snow are possible in a few of those locations, and still ice storm warnings remain for areas around Rhinelander, Wisconsin, then and over towards basically Mackinac Island. They're going to continue that tornado report. Cedar County, Johnson County, and Muscatine counties in east central Iowa. Confirmed tornado located over hills or 9 miles south of Iowa City. So this may have cycled again. It'd be in this area here at 520th Street. This is basically just north of there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some hail in this part of the storm, but this is the hail core is getting into some southwest sides of Iowa City here. Pleasant Valley, down towards, we're kind of looking here. We might see some hail in this camera. 420th Street and American Legion Road on the southeast sides of Iowa City. Iowa City yourself, like immediately downtown, and also the University of Iowa is in the severe thunderstorm warning. To the north side of the supercell, there is severe thunderstorms, though, approaching this area. And yeah, the tornado would be sitting right down in this little pocket near hills. Likely just crossed that area around hills, 520th Street. I don't see anything super distinct on the velocity, or actually on the correlation coefficient that would show us non-meteorological targets. So that's one good thing. It's probably not a super beefy tornado, but still potentially there on the ground south of Iowa City, about 9 miles south of Iowa City. They've also upped the hail a little bit, ping pong ball sized hail, and it's still moving at 45 miles an hour. So let's track this out. I'll track it from the kind of this whole line. And I believe we still have that. West Branch, 10 minutes. Tipton, 28. And Bennett, 36. That will cross likely I-80 to the east of Iowa City around Springdale, about 15 minutes there. And then closer in, Downey, a small community east of Iowa City, about 8 to 10 minutes. Yeah, the hail core has definitely picked up in that cell. You can see out ahead of this, it's actually pretty dry roads right now. I'm trying to find a better camera angle for us. That one might do it. This is kind of one of their quad cameras, but I'm particularly interested in the southern one. It looks basically towards the south. It's kind of hard to see probably from your perspective, but and you can't see much, kind of see the leading edge and the base. We're still kind of a little bit far from that, and what it's showing is actually this hail core kind of coming up towards Iowa City, or sorry, towards West Branch. There's the hail. Looks like there's some hail starting to fall on this camera. This camera may see some pretty big hail, so I'm going to pull this a little bigger. That camera is right about there, and pretty big hail core is just about to come towards there. Again, Iowa City, you guys are out of the tornado warning. Still a severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in your tornado safe space, I would just kind of stay hunkered there. Otherwise, yeah, that area of circulation is just south of the Iowa City area, coming up towards I-80. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some larger hail in this camera. The good news is I don't see I-80 can be crazy busy. I don't see as much cars as I would sometimes expect on I-80. So some people may be aware of this threat and kind of hunkered down a little bit. The newest storm report here, almost 2-inch diameter hail at Iowa City Municipal Airport. So that is the kind of hail that's coming towards this camera perspective. Lower West Branch Road. All right, there's that hail core. Let's see. So you can see that cell a little better there. I'm not sure it's still on the ground, but still an observed tornado. When was it recently observed? A few minutes ago, confirmed over the hills access. Damaging tornado, weather spotter confirmed. Yeah, I have not seen indication, at least on our correlation coefficient or our even velocity is not super tight. But either way, it's a dangerous storm. There's some of the hail core, and you can see there's some cars pulling over. That is likely some of that 1.25 inch, 1.75 inch size hail, potentially hitting some of these camera perspectives here. And the wind has very much intensified. This camera is looking east-southeast, so the storm's kind of sneaking up behind us, but you can see the wind and rain and hail kind of blowing across this camera perspective. Yeah, that is a nasty storm with some of the largest hail potentially coming across this camera right about now. That's going to continue sliding up towards West Branch and areas around Oasis and Cedar Valley. And that hail core is also showing up in the correlation coefficient. It will also likely show up in the differential. Yeah, there's the hail core in here also showing up. Wow. You can see the rain, hail, and visibility has really dropped. But most of those cars have the right idea. If you're caught in a hailstorm, please don't just hide and tuck under an overpass. We've seen that happen on other streams where everybody just bunches up under the overpass and completely blocks the entire highway. If you do get caught in a large hailstorm, pull over to the side of the road, as far off the side of the road as you can. If you can, like if you're not on a highway, pull into a parking lot or somewhere safe, because even just stopping your forward velocity and momentum will help. The hail's coming down still it's still going to be a crazy experience, not a fun experience, and also like cover your eyes and head and stuff. But if the hail is falling at 70 miles an hour, it's better to just have it fall at 70 miles an hour and hit your car than you driving 70 miles an hour towards the hail and it's also coming towards you at 70. So it looks like a lot of the traffic is starting to pick up. I think we're on the backside of that hail core. Yeah, those cars are going to start moving again. So that's approaching areas around West Branch. Still some stronger storms around Iowa City with some gusty winds and heavy rain. But okay, what's going on here? They've added a big severe warning that covers all those areas for those little mini supercells that are going up. And they've added a tornado possible tag. Kind of like how they're doing that right now. Although, hopefully, if any of these go tornado warned, they will just kind of box off the individual cells. But let's take a look and see. Yeah, here's one of those coming towards our camera perspective. The one is shifted off. The first one has shifted off into Iowa, but the next one down actually has a decent little area of circulation. So we'll keep an eye on that cell. The hail core has also come up on that cell. Wouldn't be surprised if that has some larger hail in it too. And then there's still a little bit of a broad area of rotation near Cedar Rapids. That's lifting up and away, likely not as severe. Still an observed tornado approaching areas around West Branch and West Liberty. And you can see what that looked like before. That's area cross. Let me look and see if we can. Here's more of that rain and hail at West Branch. Probably the largest hail is just north of the highway right now. This camera's looking east, so the storm is behind us in that camera perspective. Pretty nasty hail core. Downey, that tornado would be just south of West Branch around the Downey area. It's now east of Iowa City. So Iowa City, you're quickly starting to kind of clear out of that. Wow, that visibility has decreased significantly there on that camera. And I think we can kind of see the hail pinging off that bridge down below. That's some significant wind and hail. Wind-driven hail can do a lot of damage too. So if you're out ahead of this storm around West Branch, Tipton, areas especially along and north of I-80 there, north and east of West Branch, you really need to stay sheltered, very similar to a tornado. Even if the tornadic circulation is not headed directly towards your place, that is Cedar, Johnson, and Muscatine counties. This cell definitely means business. Wind-driven hail can do quite a bit of damage. Area circulation just at 3/10, just south of the interstate. Right over that kind of area around Downey. And see, I'm guessing on the other side, I'm guessing there are people that are doing what I was saying earlier, and they're blocking the bridge because I see some cars starting to really slow down and stop. So please do not block traffic underneath the bridges. Looks like that hail core might be lessening up just a little bit there. You can see what kind of travel problems that causes there with the hail. Let me see if we have an update on those areas there. Since that was a weather spotter confirmed tornado, I'm guessing it's probably going to be some storm chasers that have caught that. So let me see if there's any pictures of that. Don't see any pictures coming in yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do. Yeah, the tornado would be just in this area near West Branch, between West Branch and West Liberty. If you're down here south towards Lone Tree, that tornado threat is going to be not really for you guys anymore, but there are some strong storms coming your way. So if you're already in your safe place, hunker down, ride out this next line of storms. And then I do want to look here, back here, tornado possible tag. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some hail in this cell also. Not fully organized yet, but a couple of these little embedded cells in here also have some pretty strong organized areas there. And let's take a look there. This is out of that that area. Kind of a mix of interesting sky there. You can see the look on this Quad City area. This is basically at the Quad Cities. Interesting skies. Keep it on that one. That's one of my more favorite cameras. A pretty nice view there at the Mississippi River. Okay, things are flowing again. That really shows you how that hail core comes up pretty hard. It doesn't, not the biggest cell, so it doesn't last crazy amount of time. But what's in there, I mean, it packs a punch. As it crosses I-80, it's going to lose a little bit of our camera perspective, though. This cell does have some rotation south of Coal Valley with some hail in Illinois preemption over towards Orion. Keep an eye on that cell. New warning way out in front near Urbana. Actually has a tornado possible tag there at coming up towards Danville. A little bit of a re-energized area of storms with some daytime heating and some destabilization there. And then we also have a new warning for a cell with considerable threat near Allegan, Michigan. This is one where I disagree a little bit. Not everybody in this warning is going to see this cell. So I could have maybe shrunk that warning down a little bit, but this is generally headed up towards the Grand Rapids area. So keep an eye on this cell. Considerable threat there. There is a little bit of rotation on that southern flank too. So tornado possible, considerable threat. That's around County Road 388 near Grand Junction. Keeping an eye on that cell. That is not really the main event there for those areas. Yeah, and then out of all these cells, there's two that had some solid rotation. A third one down now near Burlington, but it's the cell on the northern side, but it's also it's a little bit forward of everybody else. This one has, I think, the higher potential. If there is going to be a tornado, it would be maybe that cell right in there coming out towards Coal Valley, East Moline. So keep an eye on that cell. It's still kind of organizing. It's still a bit of a mini supercell, but it definitely means business as that's kind of working a little bit more on the east-northeast side of things. Then we still have the tornado warning here continuing. That area will be just to the north of I-80. Don't know if we're going to see it on any of these cameras. Definitely saw some of the wind and hail. Don't have a great look at that particular part of the storm. Still a updated confirmed tornado at 4:45 near Springdale or near West Branch, moving east at 45. Damaging tornado confirmed by weather spotters. Trained weather spotters reported a tornado 4 miles northwest of West Liberty. So yeah, that would be in this area here. Yeah, now basically crossing the interstate at Springdale. Interesting, that is very close to this camera. Hmm. Yeah, that tracks where there's rotation. Just can't see it on the cameras. It doesn't look particularly like vibrant on the velocity, so still may not be the. Well, it's picked up a little bit just on the last scan near Springdale. It's gonna be kind of like right in there. Because it looks like the cell has a kind of a exposed base and the hook kind of, I don't know, it's not much of a hook right now. I'm guessing that you can probably see this if there is a tornado on the ground from probably a couple different perspectives. But the hail core is back up in here, and the area of rotation would be just down in here. So it's a little bit displaced from the hail core, which means there probably is a decent visual of this. That may be something right in there. We're getting close enough to the radar where if this was a significant tornado, we'd be seeing the correlation coefficient. So this is not one of those situations where, our radar beam is way overshooting where the tornado would be producing a debris signature. So Tipton, you guys really need to be in your safe space there. Tipton in Iowa. And then let's get some other communities here. I still want to check, and it's still moving east-northeast at 45. So that's areas around Tipton, about 3 to 5 minutes. Loudoun, 19. Wheatland, 24. Grand Mound, 37. And DeWitt, Iowa, 44. And then, yeah, watching these cells here around the Quad Cities, too. That one's still kind of behaving itself. Some hail and some gusty winds coming into Coal Valley, Moline, East Moline, with those severe warned cells. Tornado possible, quarter-size hail. And then some of these cells have some rotation. The other one that's a fairly punchy cell is this one near Stronghurst and Terre Haute, Illinois. And I do want to check our tornado possible tag around Danville. This one would be a embedded circulation if there is a tornado. You're not going to be able to see that one, so take that warning seriously. Be in a sturdy structure away from windows. Considerable threat there with that cell near Allegan, Michigan. Some rotation there also around Chicora. So that's being warned right there around Allegan State Park, Wayland and Dorr, Michigan, south of Grand Rapids. There's some other cells that have gone up east of St. Joseph. We'll keep an eye on those cells. And they have extended that tornado watch through and north into Madison, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha, Wisconsin. Yeah, all the way up to Fond du Lac. That's interesting. Let's see what the temperature is up there. I guess they're still expecting this warm nose to creep up into that area, so it'd be a very narrow window of tornadic development. It's still about 48 degrees in Fond du Lac. It's still a little cool up in that area. Beaver Dam, checking in about 50 degrees. Madison, 50 right now. So we'll see. I'm a little bit skeptical, but if these if this kind of warm nose that's out ahead of this can really rapidly lift through there, actually maybe like right in here, then that will, pretty drastically increase the temperatures. Also seeing some cells starting to go up in Illinois now, so we'll keep an eye on those. Let's see what the temperatures are. Yeah, so that warm front is kind of lifting across northern Illinois. We're already seeing temperatures into at least the mid 60s, close to 70 in the Chicago metro, and then down towards the lakeshore there, Gary and Valparaiso checking in at the mid 70s. So that will continue to lift north. It's still cool right now, but it is warming up across southern Wisconsin. So we'll see right there. This other cell that is a considerable threat across the Grand Rapids area is also kind of right along that line of the warmer air and the cooler air. Grand Rapids right now, it's up to 60 degrees. So closing in on the high temperature. It earlier was about 45 to 50. So we're seeing that push of warm air also surge up across the western shores of Michigan, or West Michigan. Yeah, rope tornado on the ground near X40 and West Branch. So yeah, this was probably not a big tornado. And even though the observe tag has been on for a while, I'm guessing it probably wasn't the same tornado. It may have kind of danced around and hopped around very near our camera, which is really interesting. If it was a bigger one, we probably would have seen a little bit more in the way of that too. But that's lifting off now towards areas east of Cedar Valley. It's hard to say what's going on in that cell, but Tipton, you guys are up next there. State Highway 130 and also Old Muscatine Road and also State Highway 37. If you live in that area, you can see our camera is now picking up more heavy rain. That is the strong to severe storm pushing through on the backside of this. It is starting to weaken, this little supercell, and they're going to extend out a tornado possible tag outside of this cell, but that includes quite a bit of areas there, north sides of the Quad Cities. Yeah, a ton of counties: Cedar County, Scott, Johnson, Jones, Muscatine, and Clinton counties, all in eastern Iowa. Still seeing some rotation in this cell near Oak Grove and Coal Valley, but those cells are kind of behaving themselves right now. Nothing too crazy going on in those cells yet. And we're also starting to see a little hint of development down here across eastern Missouri, Jefferson City, Fulton. Those are cells that the models liked earlier for coming back into the St. Louis area with strong to severe storms. So we do have to watch development down there. And then looks like the strongest storms now pushed north of Memphis. You know, this other cell has also continued to upscale near Raritan, Illinois, and Stronghurst, Illinois. So yeah, if there's a tornado, it would be kind of just in this area right around Tipton. The hail is also picked back up with that cell, as it is still getting kind of pushed in interaction with the line segment to the west, which, let's see, we also have some other storm reports, close to 2-inch diameter hail. Let's see if we have any new pictures of this. Okay, there is a picture of it now. I see. It is a very skinny rope. It's one of the skinniest rope tornadoes I've ever seen, but it does actually kind of finger down to the ground. There's a little bit of a debris cloud. Yeah, we would not see that on the correlation coefficient. We might not even see that debris cloud on the correlation coefficient if it was literally like next to the radar site. It is that small. It's a beautiful shot. I'll repost it there. You'll see WXCast Live is the Twitter and X, but or Facebook and X, but I'll post it to X of a storm chaser who caught that. The Storm Prediction Center has highlighted the areas there in eastern Iowa, basically around the Quad Cities and up to areas around Clinton and Bellevue, and about Dubuque as kind of the area of greatest tornado risk in the next couple hours, basically highlighting that area right there. So that checks out. We'll see what they do with this cell as it continues to work up towards Tipton. Could be producing a tornado again at Tipton and points east along State Highway 130. And also that is Quincy Avenue. And then line of storms coming in from the west. Pockets of heavy wind and also some small hail. Not seeing a lot of circulation, a little bit right there east of Lone Tree. But mostly a damaging wind threat with some embedded hail. And then also watching that kind of mini supercell near Coal Valley. East sides of Moline are getting in on that stronger storm. A couple embedded supercells in this little cluster of storms that's right now mostly south of the Quad Cities. But then we do have a couple storms that have worked their way north of the Quad Cities with some gusty winds and a lot of lightning in for small cells. And there's a couple more, a lot of small cells, but there is a couple hits of lightning in those. That cluster or two cells there does seem to be on the downtrend south of Grand Rapids. Yeah, still rotating in here near Tipton. See if they extend this or not, but if they do, or don't, it's still going to be coming up towards Delmar, about 33 minutes, Wheatland 13, and Preston 48. It may finally be kind of getting interaction too much with this cell that's working up in the line segment here. We'll see. That can sometimes, you know, fire off one more area of circulation that really tightens up as the cells kind of merge together. So we'll see if that does anything. There's constructive mergers, and then there's also destructive mergers, and sometimes it can go kind of either way. But this line segment is quickly closing on our supercell or a little mini supercell. It's definitely shrunk in size. But that's also produced likely some larger hail for at least about probably close to about 100 miles of large hail. So beyond at least a couple tornadoes. The one was kind of a very weak and thin rope tornado, but at least a couple there. It was a beefier supercell earlier. All right, well, that answers that question. They are going to extend the tornado warning. Probably the right call because this has produced at least a couple brief tornadoes. Cedar County, Scott County, and Clinton counties till 5:30 Central. And again, that's a radar indicated tornado there for that area east of Tipton, approaching Wheatland, Grand Mound, and Lost Nation. And again, Wheatland about 10 to 11 minutes there. And if it goes a little bit more easterly, I just want to track it out. DeWitt, Iowa, just keep an eye on it. DeWitt, Iowa, there at the end of the warning polygon. I think it's probably going to go more towards the north. It's been pretty consistent on the northeast path until Delmar. But with that interaction with the cells to its west, that could always bump it a little more easterly. So keep an eye on it if you're in the DeWitt area. And then still watching some rotation broadly around Coal Valley, east sides of the Quad Cities. Some other little supercells have gone up north of the Quad Cities around Clinton, so keeping an eye on those. And then down here, they're kind of all little mini supercells. Areas around Millersburg and Aledo. And then this is a pretty nasty cell near Kirkwood, Illinois, east of Burlington. And they have let that warning expire around the Grand Rapids area. Those cells kind of dying off around Dorr. Tornado possible tag also around Danville, Illinois. Keeping an eye on that one too. Still a cool mix of clouds on this camera at the Mississippi River for the Iowa and Illinois state line there in the Quad Cities. Kind of a mix of sun and clouds. That's a neat shot. Let me also pull out and I'll see if we can get a shot of the towards the Quad Cities. Let's see. It's going to be Here's a look also from the Quad Cities. This is at basically that area in Rapids City, looking back across towards that severe warned cell on the east side of the Quad Cities. That's a good shot. A small cell, but it is a little mini supercell. It does have broad rotation on it near Briar Bluff and Colony or Kelowna, approaching areas like Green River. It does look like it's trying to tighten up a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that one. It's going to be lifting up towards Hillsdale and Rock River, uh, areas around Prophetstown. Keep an eye on that cell. Wouldn't be surprised if that maybe gets its own severe warning with a tornado possible tag. And then we still have our larger severe thunderstorm warning, but within that, a cell that's producing a couple tornadoes, at least probably 2 or 3, near Loudon. And that's continuing to move to the north and east at about 45 miles an hour. That's going to work its way into eastern Illinois around Delmar, Preston, and DeWitt. And then, yeah, still watching a couple of those other cells. A new severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag around Paw Paw, Michigan. Yeah, there's definitely rotation in there. Down in here near Decatur and Paw Paw, kind of riding up towards Pine Grove. Should stay to the west of Kalamazoo. So kind of 2 areas of rotation. Very similar to that, the last warning with the cluster of cells. There is some shear in this environment. So yeah, there's kind of like 2 supercells in here. Not crazy supercells, but there's 2 cells that are in a sheared environment, and they are rotating just a little bit. I'm not sure there's 70-mile-an-hour winds in there. I'm not sure that's worthy of a considerable threat, at least right now, but good to get the warning out. This cell around Kirkwood, Illinois is rotating. It has some gusty winds, a lot of lightning in that cell. And then yeah, I'm a little more increasingly interested in this cell, Kelowna, Green River, east sides of the Quad Cities. There's that area of rotation. It is getting interaction with this line segment behind it, so it may try to spark up one more time before it gets incorporated into the line. And then we'll see. Sometimes the line segment can have its own little mesocyclone still tucked in there. So yeah, right in there near Wheatland. We'll see. That may try to produce again. They're going to extend a tornado possible tag for that area east of Danville, just with that storm kind of working into that area. Still seeing some broad rotation north and east of Danville. It's basically at the state line with Indiana. Not in a watch area. A couple severe storms not in a watch area today, which is normal. We also did get a severe warning also for those cells around Hammond, that down in Louisiana that we've been watching a while back. Some gusty winds in there, and those are lifting off towards the north and east. Maybe some small hail, but mostly a gusty wind threat. Heavy rain as well. And yeah, you can see our one tornado report there earlier around lunchtime in Lee County, Texas. And there were actually a couple storm spotters on that, so a couple local storm spotters, it looks like, and they actually got some pretty decent footage of a tornado down there in Texas today. If you're anywhere kind of west of Ottumwa and pretty quickly going to be west of the Iowa City area, the severe threat is definitely calming down across those locations. The Storm Prediction Center is also watching that band of showers and storms across east central Illinois and southwest Michigan. 60% chance of a watch being issued there, and there was already an expectation of an increase in severe weather activity, especially across western Michigan later tonight and this evening. So, as the low-level jet continues there is a chance for damaging winds and perhaps a tornado or two with any of those stronger, more established cells. So they are watching that area across northern Indiana and east central Illinois. Not a ton going on in that cluster of storms right now, but we'll keep an eye on that one too. And then some new warnings for those cells around Clinton on the Illinois and Iowa border. There's some pretty burst pockets of wind and large hail in here, quarter size hail. But I think that one probably has closer to $half size hail around Lowmore. There's also a little bit of a mini supercell that's organizing a little bit. So a couple areas here in the Quad Cities area. Still watching this cell around Cleveland. We had a inch hail report earlier out of that Coal Valley area, so that checks out. And we're reposting a couple things to our X account there. There were a couple new chaser shots of that very, very skinny rope tornado. But a really interesting feature. I don't see ones like that too often, especially in this part of the country. But they are going to warn that individual cell kind of out ahead of the cluster of cells around the Quad Cities area. Tornado possible and quarter-size hail is going to extend out for Prophetstown, Sterling, Morrison, and Tampico. That's in Illinois for Rock Island County, Whiteside, and Henry counties in northwest Illinois. Illinois finally starting to get in on some of that severe weather, as well as some strong storms, not severe right now, will be headed towards the Dubuque metro in the next hour or so. So we'll keep an eye on those as they get into Wisconsin. And again, they have pushed that tornado watch across the Madison, Milwaukee areas. We're keeping an eye on this area as that warm nose of moisture and instability lifts towards southern Wisconsin. Still not exactly sure how far north it's going to go, but I think they've padded themselves a little bit. It's still pretty cool across those areas around Sheboygan over towards Oshkosh and Fond du Lac, but a little bit more favorable down towards Janesville. And yeah, that makes sense. This is, let's see, let's find the camera. This is our cameras, one of our cameras around Janesville and Beloit, Wisconsin. And it does look a lot different than it did earlier. Earlier it was misty and cloudy and low clouds, and it looked kind of raw and cold. Here now there's a little bit more sun activity, a little bit darker clouds in that top corner. That's that cell near Janesville. But yeah, a little bit more spring-like compared to earlier today. A lot of heavy traffic there. All right, new tornado warning. Actually, a couple of them, but for the same cell. Warren County in west central Illinois. And then central Knox County. There's two warnings because it's a border between the National Weather Service offices. This county, Knox County, is in the Lincoln National Weather Service coverage area, and then the county here near Monmouth is in the Quad Cities. So same storm. Looks like they organized that together, which is nice. But take a look. This is the one that we've been following for a little while around Larchland and Berwick, coming towards Galesburg, Illinois. Tornado warning there. So radar indicated tornado warning around Monmouth to Galesburg. Can't see anything on one of these local radars. No, that local radar at Western Illinois is very local. So even just up towards Monmouth, it's already kind of on the edge of that radar perspective. Hey, Ben, how's it going tonight? Winds in Cincinnati took down a traffic light. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's far away from the storms, but that's probably part of those southerly winds. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, there's some gusty winds in here. Right now, Cincinnati gusting to 33. 20 gusting to 30. So, yeah, there's probably some pretty good gusts in here. Hamilton, Butler County gusting to 31. Yeah, so that's a good point. There's wind out ahead of these storms, and even if you're outside of the severe weather, it's a breezy day in a lot of parts of the Ohio Valley and the Midwest. Thanks for that report. So Ben there in the Cincinnati are reporting basically non-thunderstorm wind damage. That cell is staying kind of broad right now around Monmouth. That does have a hail core that's coming up, but still stay in your safe place there if you're in the Galesburg area, up towards Monmouth and then east of Galesburg. It's a pretty big community there in the Galesburg metro, or kind of in the Peoria metro, but Galesburg is a pretty small city, big town kind of place. Still seeing some wind picking up in that cell. It's a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm coming towards Hillsdale, Erie, Prophetstown, and Leiden, Illinois. And then we have the other cell north of Clinton, kind of lifting off just north of Clinton. Looks like things have backed off just a little bit on that cell. But this one is still trying again. This is our tornado warned supercell that's been tornado warned for quite a while. It's dropped probably at least 2 or 3, if not a little more, tornadoes. 60-mile-an-hour winds at Loudon earlier. It's kind of been incorporated into this cluster / line of storms, kind of a broken cluster now, and still potentially could have a tornado on it. It's trying to kind of reorganize rotation there just to the south of Lost Nation, or just to the northwest at Grand Mound. It looks a little more impressive than it did just a few minutes ago. Welton, Charlotte, Goose Lake, Delmar. Called you guys out a long time ago, Delmar. Even towards the Clinton area, keep an eye on this cell. It's turned a little bit more right. So that cell definitely means business. Let's pull this out. Check the timing on this. Also has ping pong ball size hail. And it is now being warned at moving east at 50. It's sped up a little bit too. Well, in about 9 minutes. And then if it holds together through there, Goose Lake 23 and the Clinton area about 35 minutes to get over towards the Mississippi River. So right now, 2 tornado warned storms, one in Illinois and one in Iowa. The one storm is approaching Galesburg, and then the other one is now through areas around Loudon and Wheatland, approaching areas around DeWitt. Taking a look at a couple of these cells. Still not doing much there. The models had a little more intensification across that area in northeast Missouri by about now. So kind of seeing if any more of those storms break out. We're also getting some stronger storms now through Carthage and Colchester in Illinois. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get some more severe warnings out of some of these Illinois storms. Yeah, they're starting to go up pretty fast there. Colchester, that area likely has some small hail in it too. And it looks like our storm on the Illinois and Indiana border has backed off a little bit. Still some broad circulation, but they're going to continue that as a special weather statement by the National Weather Service office at Indianapolis. And then still some strong storms with some tornado possible circulations up here. It's very broad right now. Not a lot of hail up here. So it's mostly a wind and a lower end tornado threat west of Kalamazoo. See, this is our warm air kind of nose in here. You can see it's a little more spring-like on the southern side of that, and that's going to keep lifting off likely across the Milwaukee area. So I'm keeping an eye on temperatures and stuff in the Milwaukee metro. Still kind of questionable. It's still 46 degrees across Milwaukee. It is expected to increase in temperatures in the evening here, so we'll see about that. But some really marginal temperatures. If the warm front doesn't keep lifting off towards the north and east, that's going to limit the severe chances across southern parts of Wisconsin. But back towards Janesville and our other camera, one of our other cameras, not that one. Yeah, that one in Wisconsin. It's already up to 60 degrees, so we've had quite a bit of turnaround there in Janesville in the last little while. $60 degrees, and it should continue climbing in the next hour or two. They are going to get a tornado warning on that cell near Kalamazoo that we just were talking about, as well as looks like a tornado watch is going to be filling in. So we'll get information on both of those here. Yeah, for this area around Matawan, Almena, Paw Paw, up to Alamo, and just south of Plainview, west sides of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Yeah, rotation in there near Matawan. It's not crazy tight, but it is in here, and it's been consistent, which is one of the things I look for too with trends. It's not rapidly intensifying, but it definitely has been consistent at best or at worst, and it may have picked up a little bit in intensity as well. But Parchment, Alamo, this storm is moving to the north and northeast. A little bit different storm motion there. That's for Van Buren and Kalamazoo counties in Michigan. And moving pretty quickly at 55 miles an hour too. Okay. I somehow missed all the town names in there. I guess there's not a lot of incorporated town names right there. But Parchment, about 14 minutes. So west sides of Kalamazoo, a little less than that, about 10 minutes there. And if it gets, let me readjust a little bit. Yeah, that's probably better. Plainview or Plainwell, about 16 minutes. Alamo, 11. Downtown Kalamazoo, 9 to 10 minutes. And Doherty's Corner, about 5 minutes from now. So now they're working. I may have just glitched out for a second. Check that out. That is that's cool. The sun has come out behind those little mini supercells near the Quad Cities area. Still a lot of water on the roadways there. They are, I think, rightly so, going to extend out that warning from the areas around Delmar and DeWitt across areas just north of Clinton, but also including Preston and Savannah. This includes Carroll County in northwest Illinois, Jackson County in east central Iowa, and Clinton County in east central Iowa for that radar indicated area of rotation with that long track, not long track tornado, but long track supercell that's tracked, I don't even know how long, probably close to like 200 miles. Yeah, about 185 miles, and produced quite a bit of hail through a lot of that. Stayed well south and east of the Des Moines area, but yeah, still a pretty punchy storm right around 190th Street. Yeah, that's right where we're seeing that area of rotation North Welton, moving up towards Goose Lake and Charlotte. There's also another little mini supercell out here north of Clinton that has some rotation on it too. So a couple areas of rotation. The one that's tornado warned, the other little mini supercell. There's also another mini supercell near Lamarck. But any of those could produce a brief tornado. And then yeah, I'm watching St. Louis very closely. A couple cells have gone up between Columbia and St. Louis. Nothing crazy yet. Some of the models also last night and earlier today did have more development across eastern Missouri. So we're keeping an eye on that. I know the Storm Prediction Center earlier was watching that area as well. And haven't seen a ton in that zone, but yeah, definitely keeping an eye on things there. A new severe thunderstorm warning going up for areas right around South Bend and Granger, Indiana, then crossing into areas around Penn, Michigan. Another tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning there around Edwardsburg, right at the state line. A little bit of an embedded supercell there too. And yeah, still seeing that other cell southwest sides of Kalamazoo. Let me see. We should have a Storm Prediction Center information. It sometimes takes a minute or two to fill in with the warning and watch polygons, but let me see if they did. Okay, it is actually filled in already. It's that small. Yeah. I was waiting for more counties to fill in, but that's it right now. It includes basically Holland, Dorr, Hastings, and the southwest parts of Lansing, Albion, Kalamazoo, Benton Harbor, Three Rivers, South Bend, and Syracuse, and Goshen, and LaPorte on the Indiana side of things. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Isolated hail up to quarters, and isolated damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles an hour until 11 p.m. Eastern. So not a crazy high-end tornado watch, but a tornado watch indeed. And we do have a warning in that tornado watch, newly issued there. That's another area where we talked about it at the very beginning of the stream, but where that warm front was going to lift across, especially western Michigan, and produce a little bit more favorable conditions. It's about 60 degrees in Kalamazoo, so those are a bit kind of low top cells, but there's enough shear and instability and moisture that those are creating a little bit more energy. Also, down towards the areas around South Bend, it's warm enough. It's about 70 degrees there at the state line. So that second cell is one to watch here, the tornado possible tag with this cell, as it is a little bit more favorable environment down here around Edwardsburg, Michigan, just at the state line with Indiana. And then our other kind of smaller cells, it's a little bit cooler up here. They're drifting to the west sides of Kalamazoo, moving up towards the north around Plainwell. Let's go back and look at our cell around Galesburg. Yeah, tornado would be in here on the northeast side of Galesburg if there is one. Doesn't look like it is. Mostly kind of a broad field of wind there. East Galesburg, Knoxville, Illinois, out towards Truro and Williamsfield, Watonga, and Altona. Also seeing that cell over here near Erie, Illinois, with some rotation in that as well, coming towards Leiden and Sterling, Illinois. We have a couple mini supercells that have crossed the river around Clinton, and they're in northwest parts of Illinois around Mount Carroll, Lanark, and Shannon. This one is a little bit of a feisty cell right at the Illinois River and Thompson. And then this is our supercell that is producing a tornado right now as it's getting incorporated into the line of storms. So radar indicated, but that is a tornado on the ground. It's tucked up in the rain, so it's not as pronounced as the storm spotters were looking at it earlier. But there it is right there. It lifted off just around the Welton area. Probably wasn't on the ground quite there at Welton. But just north of Welton, 260th Avenue and 155th Street. And then it's now continued 155th to 145 Petersville in Iowa. That is a tornado on the ground right there in Iowa. And that is tucked back up in the rain. Look at that. Look how quickly that developed. It's moving. It's kind of occluding to the north. So the storm is moving towards the east-northeast, but that interaction between the supercell and the line segment has produced, that's produced a tornado that's moving more towards the north. So that's coming towards Spraguesville, Preston, Miles, Goose Lake, Savannah. You guys all need to take immediate safety precautions there. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. 86 on the outbound and about 13, 14 on the inbound, and a lot of times those aren't exactly even on the radar presentation. So that is definitely a tornado on the ground between Delmar and Charlotte in eastern Iowa. I don't have my cameras very close to that particular tornado, but there is a bit of a rainbow in the background there at Clinton. That's looking towards those other strong to severe cells. Yeah, that's looking towards kind of those little supercells. But this is producing a tornado between Delmar near Riggs. Yeah, still on the ground there near Riggs, Browns, approaching State Highway 64 near Preston, Iowa. That has been an impressive cell. It's been our pretty much consistent tornado producer for the last couple, about an hour or so. But yeah, that's right there at Riggs, just north of Petersville. Taking a look at a couple of my other radar products to see what's going on. Yeah, State Highway 64 is the next kind of major interstate there. Or not interstate, but major highway. State Highway 64 around Preston. State Highway 34 runs south of Preston. And this has now gotten the observed tag for the confirmed tornado, damaging tornado, radar confirmed, near Charlotte or 9 miles east of Maquetta. Don't know how to exactly pronounce that one. So Maquetta. I'm not gonna keep trying, but there is that tornado. It's broadened a little bit, so it may be on the weakening stage with that debris still up in this storm system. Yeah, still a decent signature though. Still could be producing. Preston, you need to take immediate safety measures there. Preston, this is pretty much center line for Preston at the moment. Yeah, about 4 to 5 minutes for Spragueville and Preston, 8 minutes to Van Buren, and then Green Island, 14 minutes. That's along the Mississippi River. Watching this cell, it's a little mini supercell as well. Just crossed the Mississippi River south of Savannah in Illinois. It's approaching Hickory Grove, Mount Carroll, Center Hill, and we'll come up towards Lanark. That one could have a tornado on it. It's definitely been on the uptrending phase. And then still watching a couple cells here. Now, east of the Quad Cities, they've produced quarter-size hail at times here around Rock Island County. Yeah, we saw the hail reports earlier on Coal Valley. So both of those could produce some hail, damaging winds, and I don't think they're imminently tornadic, but we'll keep an eye on those ones. And then this cell also has a chance to produce a tornado now east of Galesburg. It's started to kind of localize an air rotation there, just south of US Highway 34, coming towards Victoria, Illinois, Centerville, Illinois, along Illinois 167. That's a dangerous cell there, too. And we do have a new tornado warning for that cell around Cassopolis and lifting off from Edwardsburg, Michigan. There's the area of rotation right there. That's going to go up towards Penn. I believe this one was also moving pretty fast. Yeah, 50 miles an hour. 45 to 55 miles an hour seems to be a pretty common storm motion today. Valina, about 10 minutes. Penn, 7. And Marcellus, 17. Couple low-top supercells there, tornado warned in Michigan. And then this one lifting up past Kalamazoo. Yeah, it's going to be north and west of Kalamazoo towards Cooper. And that's lifting up generally towards Plainwell. We'll keep an eye on that one, though, too. New watch may be needed. The Storm Prediction Center is watching that area around St. Louis. and into central Illinois. Severe potential will increase into the evening. A new watch may be needed. So watching that area there. Yeah, I've been curious about that area because the models really kind of blew it up. The earlier tornado around lunchtime in Texas, Giddings, Texas, already got confirmed by the storm prediction or the National Weather Service out of Austin, San Antonio, as a EF0, about 50 yards wide, and a path length of about 8 miles. So EF0, they've only found, at least so far in the prelim, about 70-mile-an-hour winds. So a very minimal tornado, at least right now. That could change. That it's a very prelim rating, as they sometimes find different structures and storm damage. They may up that rating. But right now, interesting random tornado there in south central Texas. This is ramping up a little bit around Eagle Point, Cassopolis, Penn, and Marcellus in Michigan. So we're watching a couple of those cells there in Michigan. Again, there is a new tornado watch that covers southwest Michigan and northern Indiana. And that's not even really kind of the main event. Let's see. Let's go check. Yeah, watching those cells west of St. Louis still. And so far, the Mississippi Valley hasn't really convected like some of the models did show. So we'll see if we get more storm development down across eastern Missouri later tonight. Right now, they do have the severe thunderstorm warnings cover basically all the Quad Cities at the moment. Yeah, there's pockets of damaging wind, especially approaching Davenport. And then there's those individual cells that are out in front with pockets of damaging wind, some large hail, tornado possible tags, a couple of mini supercells attached to that line segment. And then let's go back to our weakening observed tornado around Preston. Still showing some debris, so it's hard to say if that's just lofted debris or if it's still on the ground. It has kind of spread out. We can see that spreading out, so it may be a little both. There is still kind of a concentration of correlation coefficient drop, showing us non-meteorological targets. And unfortunately, right in that area, right at Preston. And then, yeah, it's probably fanning out a little bit with some of these other. It's definitely not that big of a tornado, but yeah, if there is one, it's basically right at Preston. So hopefully everybody listened and took their tornado safety measures. That's going to continue lifting up. It is in the rain, so you're not going to see this one. This is our first radar confirmed tornado of the day. The others were spotter confirmed, and we saw basically it was most of the tornadoes that were spotter confirmed earlier probably would not have had much CC drop on them. But continuing out, this is a dangerous storm. So Preston up towards Savannah, Illinois, on the Illinois side of the Mississippi, and Black Hawk and Mississippi Palisades State Park on the Illinois side, Green Island, and Twin Springs on the Iowa side. You all need to be in your tornado safe space in the northern parts of these counties. That is Jackson and Clinton counties. They're extending that tornado warning for that cell around Galesburg. Rightly so. I think last time we saw it was kind of ramping up a little bit too. Let's see if it's produced yet. I don't see anything in there, but if it would, it's around Victoria, Illinois, and then that's going to extend out Lafayette, Tulune, Elmira, and Bradford. This is for northeastern Knox County and Clay and Stark counties. Take a look here and time this one out for you guys too. I'll take it out from the leading edge, but that's going to be probably right about like that. Let me check the timing of things. Northeast at 50. And that's what we already have. All right, look at that. Everything's good on there. Pop up those boxes, and here you go. Victoria, about a minute from now. Lafayette, Illinois, 11 minutes. West Jersey, Illinois, 12 minutes. Wyoming, Illinois, 22, and Bradford, 31. Hi, Gray. How's it going tonight? Grand Rapids, you guys are kind of right on the line of a little bit more severe weather to your south. We've had a couple tornado warnings, some low top supercells to your south. Let me check Grand Rapids right now. It's right on that line. So Grand Rapids is continuing to warm. The latest temperature I have out of Grand Rapids is about 60 degrees. So as that warm nose kind of lifts across the Grand Rapids area, that will introduce a little bit more of a severe chance. There's kind of a warm front that's somewhat like that, and it's going to continue lifting towards the north. There's more humid and a better environment south of Grand Rapids right now, but that may shift into the evening here. So yeah, Grand Rapids, definitely a severe risk into the evening. And I'll check and make sure. Yeah, it's a slight risk of severe weather across much of lower Michigan, but I think especially that southwest portion of Michigan from Muskegon, Grand Rapids, and Lansing south is probably the more concentrated area, like somewhat like that. I think that part where we have the tornado watch essentially is probably our more concentrated area of severe weather. But yeah, I would prepare for severe weather across that Grand Haven, Holland, Grand Rapids, all the way to about St. John and Lansing, because I think that warm nose is going to at least lift across that area. I wouldn't be surprised. They do that sometimes too. They're probably not going to issue a brand new tornado watch, but what they'll do sometimes with an existing watch is they'll sometimes bump a couple of their counties, like localized around it. They'll bump counties into the watch. I wouldn't be surprised if that warm nose continues to lift up if they add the Grand Rapids area to the existing tornado watch, which right now goes another 4 hours. Yeah, it's still 11 p.m. Central Time, or sorry, 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central. One of our newest warnings was cell around Janesville. It does have some rotation on it as well, near Durand, Illinois, just at the state line. Some large hail. It's another one of these little mini supercells. Rotation kind of tucked back on the back side of that supercell with some hail and wind coming up towards Janesville. So we'll keep an eye on you guys too. Tornado possible tag, quarter size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I may end up shifting some cameras around because we might, I think, get a pretty good view of this cell. Let's see. Most of our Janesville cameras are currently looking north. So that's great. All right, we'll just go with this one right now. Not that one. This is at Janesville, so this is looking kind of to the northwest, but you can see the clouds starting to filter in on the forward flank of this storm. At its current track, this actually will provide a good perspective of the storm in a little while. So I'll keep it on that one for the Janesville storm. They've dropped the storm near Preston and back down to radar indicated. Looks like that area has weakened, and I am now that that has moved again. That is likely lofted debris. So whatever it's picked up, trees and twigs, and hopefully not too many building products and stuff. It may actually be falling back down across parts of this area here, because there's not much circulation left with this cell, and actually a new circulation is starting to develop around Savannah on the leading edge. Also watching that area around Mount Carroll, Illinois, right there in the northwest portions of Illinois. A couple of these mini supercells are they could produce a tornado at any time because it can be hard to see. They sometimes are below the radar on some of the mini supercells, versus when we have like a really big beefy cell that you can kind of shoot through different radar heights and stuff. This is another one that's a little embedded supercell approaching Sterling, Illinois. Keeping on that one, it's one of the more organized looking ones. And then as that has lifted off, that was a supercell that combined with the line segment. I'm not as enthused by how that storm system looks as it's crossing into northwest parts of Illinois. But especially on the southern side, that's where there could be a little bit more severe activity. But across like Galena and areas to east of Dubuque, it's not quite as punchy looking. Still have our storm down here. Radar indicated tornado warning. That continues for areas around Lafayette and Wyoming, Illinois. Check back on that one on another radar scan. There's a little bit of a CC lowering. It could just be a little bit of a... One scan isn't usually enough a lot of times. Sometimes it is, like that last one. And then watching storms in southwest Illinois. Let's go back up to our Michigan friends, and we'll take a look at those cells. Kind of a little cluster of severe cells. They have had embedded areas of rotation at times, but right now severe warning for Hastings and Carrollton down towards Plainwell. That cell has weakened as it's worked north and east, and the rotation is backed off, so that one's not imminently tornadic. Neither is the one west of Kalamazoo. The one now in the southern part of the state near Penn is a little bit of a feistier storm. It's in a better environment down here. So watching rotation around Crane Pond, Lake State Park, Marcellus, and Flower Field, Michigan. That tornado warning continues for Cass and St. Joseph counties. And then that cell that came out of the Danville area earlier is getting a new warning around Lafayette, Indiana. A little embedded circulation also in there. This cell has had damaging wind at times, gusty winds, small hail just on the north side of Lafayette towards Battleground, Indiana, Badger Grove, and Brookston. It's an interesting cell. See if that plays. Some of the Indiana cameras are a little finicky when weather is around them. So we'll see if that plays or not. New warning in that area for Darlington, and there it goes. This is in that area around Lafayette, looking generally towards those storms. So we'll keep an eye on this as those work in. But Darlington, Wisconsin, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Not really a hail or tornado threat at the moment there. Couple little cells there in southwest parts of Wisconsin. So we're very quickly starting to shift the severe weather threat from Iowa into Illinois. Most of the severe weather now is basically at the Mississippi River, coming through areas like Davenport and the Quad Cities, down towards Edgerton. Yeah, that's kind of the back edge there, surging out across the Quad Cities. Here's a look at the Quad Cities. This is looking north towards those severe warning storms in Davenport, right at the Mississippi River. That's a cool shot. Yeah, especially southeast Iowa has gotten worked over pretty good here. We've had a couple tornadoes, some very large hail at times. It's interesting because hail, I think, underperformed yesterday. Hail has overperformed a little bit today, especially with that one supercell that produced a couple tornadoes and produced a pretty extensive path of some larger hail. You're going to warn one of those newer cells around Bushnell, Illinois, Farmington, Canton. It's going to be west of Peoria. For Fulton, Knox, Fulton and Knox counties in central Illinois. Small hail, quarter-size hail, and some gusty winds right now. Take a look at a little bit of spin in that cell west of Farmington. We'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, I want to go back and check this area of rotation. Still near Lafayette, Illinois, with some hail showing also on that cell. Coming up towards Bradford and Elmira. This cell is starting to look a little more impressive near Sterling. That's going to be one to watch for a tornado threat. It's starting to get a little bit better inflow notching, and it's got a little bit of a influence from that cell to the west. Sometimes that helps really funnel in that spin. So really keeping an eye on this cell as yeah, we can definitely see the wind is starting to surge out on that cell and the cluster of cells. That's going to help this funnel in. So Sterling and points to the east, Dixon, Franklin's Grove, Grand Detour in Illinois. Be ready to take your tornado safety precautions because this could spin up very quickly here in the next few minutes. It's a pretty favorable environment down here in west central, northwest Illinois. Trying to see if we've had many more storm reports. 55-mile-an-hour winds at the Clinton airport a little while ago. And yeah, that tornado warned cell has pretty much diminished. Not seeing a debris signature anymore with that one. Watching rotation increase a little bit in the cell to the west of Beloit near Newark, Wisconsin, up towards Oxfordville or Ofordville, and then it will approach Jamestown. So keep an eye on that Jamestown camera as well. Looks like some of the heaviest rain right now may go south and west of Janesville, but we'll keep an eye on that one. And then Kalamazoo, you guys are back in a tornado warning for this cell that's down near Marcellus. They're going to kind of warn this whole line segment. There's a couple areas of spin, but it's that cell near Marcellus. That's the more, yeah, it's the one they're warning for is that cell. Northwest of Three Rivers, moving northeast of 55. This is for Van Buren and Kalamazoo counties in southwest Michigan. This one is a little bit more concerning because it's kind of center line right now for the Kalamazoo area. Schoolcraft 10 minutes, Portage 17, and Kalamazoo 20 minutes. And then if it holds together from there, Richland about 31. So yeah, you have about 15, 20 minutes to get to your tornado safe space if you're in the Kalamazoo area. And again, that's kind of center line for downtown Kalamazoo, includes western Michigan, areas around Parchment, the medical center, the train station, downtown Kalamazoo. Everybody needs to get to their tornado safe space right there. And yeah, that's a dangerous cell as it's approaching from the south-southwest. rotation has continued to look robust at times near Marcellus. I don't see anything that's really standing out right now on the correlation coefficient, but this is another storm that could produce in a very short amount of time. So you do need to take that warning seriously as that's lifting off towards the northeast. And then also keeping an eye on our areas around Lafayette, Indiana. The strongest part of this cell is over towards Brookston. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of north of Lafayette towards the Brookston area. But Lafayette is going to get into some wind and rain. And then there is also, looks like, flood warnings along the Wabash. So more rain in that area is not a great thing. Bouncing it back around, this has continued to strengthen an area of rotation between Toulon and Lafayette, Illinois. That's going to continue up towards Elmira and Bradford, Illinois. Potential tornado there. This is in, what was this county? Stark County in Illinois. And then our Janesville storm has gone tornado warned. Yeah, that cell has continued to intensify there. State Highway 213 west of Beloit and north of Newark. That's a dangerous cell. State Highway 213, Plymouth Church Road. Don't think we have anything on that side of Beloit, but I will double check. It's going to go west of Beloit, so it's more of an issue up towards Janesville, but let's see. I'm trying to. Yeah, it's going to maybe be close to the downtown center line there for Janesville too. So continue to take your tornado safety precautions if you're in this warning. It's starting to get darker on the Janesville cameras too. All right, let's go back to our Janesville camera. They've readjusted a little bit because this was riding right along the edge of that warning polygon. So they've just bumped another warning down to cover that area. All of Janesville in Wisconsin is now covered by a tornado warning. So you guys need to get to your tornado safe space. I believe these are the first tornado warnings in Wisconsin of the 2026. Not 100% sure on that one, but I'm pretty sure these are the first. My camera moved earlier, and now it kind of bugs me. But anyway. Okay, I might have to fix that later, but anyway, this is tightening up pretty quick around areas west of Janesville and south of Janesville. Highway 213, State Highway 213, you need to be in your tornado safe space west and north of Beloit, Wisconsin. And then this is going to continue to go up towards Janesville. I do want to see if they've adjusted any times. This is Eastern Rock County, northeast at 40. So we have a couple areas of more impactful weather here just in the last few minutes. We have a tornado warned storm coming towards Kalamazoo, and then this one is coming up towards the Janesville area. And it just reset. It's basically crossing 213 now. So let's get a warning track on this. Take it out at the leading edge. Well, that goes pretty far. Okay, out at 45, basically right now for Hanover and Afton. Janesville about 10 minutes from now. So Janesville 10 minutes from now. SSM Health in Janesville, that's going to be at 12 minutes. All Afton That's now. I meant Anderson, 13 minutes, and then Milton Junction, 19 and 20 minutes. And then if it holds together, areas around Fort Atkinson, Cold Spring, Wisconsin, and Whitewater, Wisconsin, about 30, 35 minutes. So that's a dangerous storm. There's going to be more storms behind this. So this is not, we're now getting into that situation where we talked about earlier. This is not necessarily a one and done for some of these places. There's a couple different bands of storms and clusters of storms. So Janesville, not quite done yet. So far, nothing crazy has gone on in the Mississippi River Valley. Watching some strong storms also near Terre Haute. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some severe warnings out of those as those continue to work towards the Indianapolis area. Seeing that strong storm near Brookston. Potential tornado in here near Smithson. Smithson and Monticello. Yeah, that's come up just in the last couple minutes. That may need a tornado warning near Reynolds, coming up towards Guernsey, Sitka, Monon, and Royal Center. If I lived in these areas, I'd probably get ready to take my tornado safety precautions. Yeah, that's going to probably need a tornado warning. If that continues another scan or so, like I said earlier, I tend to look at least a scan or two, but that comes every couple minutes. That one's tightened up very quickly. And then we're seeing still this cell south of Kalamazoo. It's weakened a little bit near Schoolcraft, Kalamazoo, Parchment. You guys are approaching this tornado warned storm here. That's lifting off again, also to the northeast at 55. That's going to be a little quicker into the Kalamazoo area. About 15 minutes to Kalamazoo, Portage, 10 minutes, and Schoolcraft, it's about 3 minutes or less. Really need to take tornado safety precautions if you're south of Kalamazoo, like right now. And then if you're in Kalamazoo, you can kind of efficiently get to your tornado safe space. You got about 10, 15 minutes until those are into your area. There are some more storms in that general area, so it's going to be storming ahead of that tornado warned part of the storm. Let's take a look. I want to go back and double check a couple of their couple different cells. This is that area that's lifting out of the Lafayette area. Still kind of broad circulation. Actually, a couple in here. Looks a little weird right now. That cell is probably not imminently tornadic, although that can change very quickly. We're on the back edge here in Davenport. Oh, wow. Look how quickly that camera has changed. Our Davenport camera, that's at the Mississippi River. It's getting pummeled right now with some pretty heavy rain and wind. I don't see any hail on this camera. The hail threat has come down, I think, on this line of storms. But yeah, Davenport, you're going to be clearing out after this. It'll be interesting to see this camera in a few more minutes. Some nasty cells through areas like Sterling. This is that area that we were also watching tighten up. I wouldn't be surprised if this can produce a tornado in a short amount of time around Dixon. So we'll keep an eye on that one. If it does produce a tornado, it'd be rain wrapped coming towards Franklin Grove. There goes the tornado warning. Sometimes we call it. Team effort there with the National Weather Service. This might actually be producing. It's hard to tell. We might have to wait another scan or two, but I'm looking at this area around Paris Road. A little bit of a correlation coefficient lowering, and there is a rotation kind of right in that spot. Yes, that is producing. That's a tornado on the ground right there at Woosung. Never heard of that town in Illinois, so I'm probably horribly mispronouncing your town names right now, but Grand Detour. It's time to take a detour if you're headed that direction. Get away from the Grand Detour. This is going to be just north of Dixon. I would not travel north of Dixon right now. Wow, this is wrapped up. This is one that we said was going to probably wrap up a while back, but you can kind of see that spiraling in there. But there is a little bit of a little weakness right in here. That is the inflow band. This is kind of the RFD kind of surging around and spiraling in. So the tornado sits right up in there at the interface of the RFD and the inflow region, and that is coming up towards Woosan right now. And it has gone observed, confirmed tornado there, radar confirmed, and we were able to spot that just a minute or two ago. Northeast at 45. So we're getting into it now. This is quickly kind of getting a little more chaotic now with the tornado warnings starting to fly out. A couple tornado warnings in impactful locations. One approaching Janesville that, actually I will go back to that camera. Watching Janesville in Wisconsin for tornado warning storm there. We have tornado warning storms approaching the south sides of Kalamazoo, Michigan, and then this one here in northern and northwestern Illinois, producing an ongoing tornado here. 45, was it? 45. In addition to the tornado, this is a considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, observed considerable threat in that part of the storm. So the RFD surge is also a problem. This is going to continue across the areas around Lowell Park Road, Edgewood Road, and then Penn Corner Road over towards Grand Detour about 10 minutes from now. Lost Nation 12. This isn't great. It looks like a lot of recreational areas out here. The George Fell Natural Preserve, Camp Loudon. It's about center line to Camp Loudon. So if you're at the camp, you need to make your tornado safety precautions. Low level into your room. Find a sturdy shelter. And then as it gets out here, Honey Creek and Daysville, about 15 to 20 minutes. That's a dangerous cell, producing a tornado, and it's rain wrapped. South of Polo, north of Dixon. Watch that area. It's going to be closing towards Rochelle in a little while as well. A little more populated areas as they get towards areas in northern Illinois. I think that's I-39, if I remember right. Haven't been up there in a couple years, but here's your area of rotation. It's between Janesville and north of Beloit. It's in here near Afton, or along River Road. It's right by the University of Wisconsin Whitewater at Rock County. There's your area of circulation here. Cemetery Road, County Highway D, and that basically the river and County Highway D take you right up into Janesville. So that is a dangerous storm. It's approaching essentially the south sides of Janesville. And this is one of our Janesville cameras. I think they're all kind of pointed the same. They're all, right now, they're all kind of pointed away from the storm. So that's fun. This one may have gotten shifted around a little bit. It's now pointing a little bit more towards that storm. But that's at 3990 and Racine Street, which is that right here? Don't know exactly, but the gray side of that picture, that is that supercell. We may get a decent look at this. Okay, yeah, Racine Street is right here. So that camera looks off kind of like that towards the downtown Janesville. So that darker cloud section, that is the hail core of this cell, just off the screen there. Yeah, there's the hail core kind of in the west Janesville area. And then that area of rotation is sitting tucked underneath there on the south side of Janesville. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Up to 6 tornado warnings right now. One is observed in Ogle County, Illinois. And then we have a number of other tornado warnings ongoing right now. The one, there's 2 kind of smushed together. That's the Janesville storm. They had to readjust a little bit. Our other newest tornado warning is down here now between Galesburg and west of Peoria. For actually, there's a couple areas of rotation in here, but this area near Mequon and Yates City, that's a nasty cell there. That's increasing in intensity there, coming towards Brimfield And also, I watched that cell to the south. If you're in the Farmington area, Farmington, Illinois, those should go. Well, the current tornado warning will, but watch that cell if you're in the Peoria area, the one west of Farmington. They may both go to the north of Peoria, but a little too close to comfort there for especially that southern cell. Kind of just double checking the Mississippi Valley. We do have a couple storms still fired up along the Mississippi River in Memphis. They have behaved themselves. That severe thunderstorm that I mentioned earlier did get a warning near Terre Haute, so that's a pretty accurate one. It might need a little wider warning because there's some pretty good wind north of Sealyville and north of Brazil. Those are generally headed towards the Indianapolis metro with some gusty winds. Very surprised this did not get a tornado warning. It's kind of weakened again, but it probably deserved a tornado warning for at least a brief couple minutes there, because it did tighten up very quickly around Reynolds and Guernsey and Sitka. Still kind of in there, still rotating. We'll keep an eye on that storm. And then watching those storms in Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo, you guys are into the heavy rain and wind, but the tornado, if there's a tornado, would be back down here near Vicksburg and Schoolcraft, just in this little notch feature. And that could be close to producing too. So that's a very, very dangerous storm there. It's going to be coming towards Kalamazoo, Galesburg, Portage, Pavilion, Richland, and Augusta in Michigan. Let me get a track on this. I'm going to track it out from basically right here. And I just want to check the speed, make sure they haven't adjusted that. All right, there's your counties or your city names there. Portage, 4 minutes. And this is kind of from the leading edge, so you may have an extra minute or two beyond this. But Portage, about 4 minutes, 6 minutes to Pavilion, 10 minutes or so to Kalamazoo. It does look like the strongest and most tornadic part of the storm may be kind of east side of Kalamazoo. But anywhere in the Kalamazoo metro, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. And then Galesburg and Parchment, Michigan, about 14 minutes or so. And then if it holds together, Richland in about 18 minutes. That would be the same for Augusta, about 18 minutes. This may be producing a tornado. It's really hard to tell. We're a little further from the radar, but that has continued to intensify. Would not be surprised if that produces a tornado. It's at essentially WW Avenue and East VW Avenue, approaching EU Avenue. Don't know what's going on with the names down here, but I guess they just ran out of them. So we're just tossing some alphabets at these road names down here, but it's right there at EV Avenue and WVW Avenue. Wow. Can you just, like, if Bob lives down the street, can you just name it Bob's Road? Like, geez. All right, let's see. We did get a new tornado warning. Oh, no, we've covered those ones. This one went back to radar indicated, the one near Woosong and Grand Detour. Yeah, that's a big mess. But that has broadened out some. Yeah, it peaked there just west of Woosong and has broadened back out. The one we saw on radar, yeah, right in here. That's that tornado. And it looks like it weakened very quickly there, so it may have lifted before it came across the Woosong and Sterling Road. It stayed north of Dixon, so good news there, at least for that Dixon area. There are some big storms still coming through Dixon, so keep an eye to your southwest there. Some small hail, gusty winds, some tornado possible. Actually, 70-mile-an-hour gusty winds is also possible. Wow, this has gone downhill very quickly. This is it, Janesville. This was basically, you could see Janesville on this camera a few minutes ago. This is basically at the hail core. Rotation has backed off on this Wow, that is some nasty winds, though. That is some crazy winds. Rotation has backed off a little bit on this cell. We can see back here a little bit brighter greens and reds going towards the radar and away from the radar. Not seeing it quite as detailed, although we're getting some interference, I think, from the radar. Wow, those are crazy winds. This is close to the circulation, so we may be in kind of an outer rain band here. There's at least 60-mile-an-hour winds in that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little higher. And then the hail core is kind of just in this area, and then just to the north across the Janesville area. Wow. A lot of water coming down, too. You can see the ponding on the roadway there at Janesville. It is a very small cell, so it looks like it's starting to clear. You can see a little bit of the horizon now as that's starting to clear just a little bit. Yeah, look how that cleared up. Now you can see the highway off curving in the distance here. That's still a really nasty cell. It still could produce a brief tornado. It would be now to the northeast sides of Janesville. Rodimer Avenue towards Milton Avenue, basically kind of paralleling Milton Avenue towards Milton. And you can see travel is moving again. Yeah, that cleared out very quickly. Across the Janesville metro, we do have more storms to the south of there. So Janesville, not done yet. There are some embedded supercells in here too. A little bit of a rotation here near Blanchardville in Wisconsin. Keep an eye on that cell. Some small hail in there too. And then we'll see if this lifts up towards areas around Fort Atkinson, Jefferson, Summit. We definitely have to keep an eye on that cell. It's kind of out in front right now of all the other clusters of cells. Like we saw earlier, that can make a big difference in producing, at least a couple tornadoes. This is a little bit more wind-driven in the cell near Dixon and now approaching Oregon, Illinois, Davis Junction, Kirkland, Kingston, Belvedere, and areas like Rochelle, Illinois. Severe warning there, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. It does look like some of that significant winds may go just north of Rochelle. But especially out towards Belvedere, keep an eye on that one, about 36 to 40 minutes, and that'll be coming into the Belvedere area. All right, they've trimmed the warning polygon a little bit, kind of like how we mentioned earlier. It's now mostly on the east side of downtown Kalamazoo. That's the warning now. They've trimmed off like immediately the downtown, and western Michigan, I believe, is on the kind of the western side of downtown. So if you got kids out there, they are out aside of the tornado warned polygon. The cell has shrunk a little bit. Portage, Pavilion, up to Galesburg and Richland in Michigan, Augusta. It's going to probably split the difference here between Battle Creek, which is over here, and Kalamazoo, which is over here. Looks like the tornado warned portion is more on track for like Galesburg. But there is a pretty distinct area of circulation in here. I wouldn't be surprised if this has produced a couple quick tornadoes. We have not seen anything on the radar that's said so, but it's gotten pretty tight at times. And that's going to be Galesburg about 8 minutes, Augusta 14, Richland 13. Continue to pay attention to those warnings there. And then our other tornado warning is between Galesburg, Illinois and Peoria, Illinois. There's a rotation there just crossing I-74. with a potential tornado kind of wrapped up in this rain, very similar to that cell near Wusong that has that circulation, almost a donut hole showing kind of right in there. So around that, we have rain, hail, and a big mess. It'll probably jump ahead here on the next radar scan. Sometimes they come in at slightly different points there, but yeah, that's a dangerous cell. Princeville, keep an eye on that cell. Tornado possible. They've dropped that tornado warning near the Princeton area, as that's a little bit more wind dominant coming towards Princeton and Spring Valley. Also have a couple severe cells in Indiana around Logansport. Still some circulation in there. Royal Center, Logansport. But that area has kind of backed off a little bit. See the difference. That's Logansport. You can see the difference this camera has made. This is clearing now in the Quad Cities. Still wet roads, still some gusty winds, but that is I-74 at the Quad Cities, looking north and west towards Davenport, Iowa. Things are finally really pretty much all clear for Iowa right now. Yeah. Any storms remaining are down here south of Mount Pleasant, but the severe storms have now pushed into northern Illinois, and we're getting new warnings here for areas around Wyoming, Talon, Princeville, Kickapoo, Chillicothe, areas basically northwest sides of Peoria. They're going to warn this whole line segment. Also with the tornado possible tag, because there are some circulations in here. Yeah, kind of each of these cells do have some circulation to them, including that one that is tornado warned at the moment. And then we also are getting those new warnings for those cells that are moving up towards Greencastle from Rockville and Brazil. That's a nasty cell right there near Rockville. That'll head up towards Russellville, Rochdale, Lagonda, and Jamestown in Indiana. We'll keep an eye on those Indiana communities too. Still a nasty cell across the areas to the east of Janesville, near Milton, with some hail, and we saw some very gusty winds. This is approaching the radar site too, so we are maybe going to get a look at it. It's a little bit contaminated on that radar site. Something's off with that radial, so it's really hard to see exactly what's going on in there, but area of rotation would be just basically on the southeast sides of Milton. And that's moving to the north and east. That may get up towards areas around Summit, so keep an eye on that area. Jefferson, Atkins, Fort Atkinson, and Summit. A new warning here out of Rochester, Tippecanoe, Bourbon, Argos, and Walnut in Indiana. It's going to be south of Plymouth, Indiana. That's for that big surge of wind in those areas there. Starting to get a few more severe warnings now in Indiana. And then this could wrap up near Rockville. We've seen that before, actually, in a similar area. Mansfield to Rockville. Keep an eye on this cell as it lifts up towards Russellville and Parkersburg, west of the Indianapolis area, and south of Crawfordsville. Keep an eye on that part of the storm too. I do have some cameras over there. We'll see if they work or not. They are going to extend that tornado warning for that cell north and west of Peoria. It's going to be here near Princeville that we just talked about. Don't see anything really distinct on the radar that shows that's on the ground or anything, but Princeville, Wyoming, and then areas around Henry and Spaceland. This is a new warning, again, north and west of Peoria. That is for northwestern Marshall, southeastern Stark, and north central Peoria counties. That one's rocketing north at 60 miles an hour. And yeah, it's one of those areas here that have a couple areas of rotation in it. There's the original tornado warned area, but there also is an area between Wyoming and Princeville. So both of those continue to take your tornado safety precautions if you're in that newest warning polygon. Severe warning, considerable threat that extends for that area around Rochelle. Yeah, big winds coming through Oregon, Hillcrest, Rochelle, and Belvedere, Illinois. And then a big new warning coming out for areas around Madison. For this cluster of storms, there's a couple embedded circulations, but it's mostly a hail and wind threat. Mount Horeb, Springtown, Middletown, Madison in Wisconsin, all the way up to around Prairie du Sac, DeForest, and Roxbury. And we can see some more storms kind of moving into the Janesville area. Yeah, here's a look at Janesville again. More storms moving in. So it may get a little feisty in Janesville again from the south. Quite a bit of storms actually just kind of randomly organized there. Tornado warning continues there for that cell just to the east of Milton, coming up towards Whitewater. Keep an eye on that one if you're in the Whitewater area. And then new tornado warning coming out for areas around Battle Creek. Has this turned directions? It has somewhat. That's not good. Well, we said it was going to probably split the uprights, but this whole kind of line segment has now gotten a shove towards the east. This was this original warning, it was pretty much center line. So it has now come up and basically turned away from Kalamazoo, but towards Battle Creek. So Battle Creek, new tornado warning here. That's northern Calhoun and east central Kalamazoo County. Moving towards Battle Creek at 55 miles an hour. Battle Creek, about 12 minutes. Springfield, Michigan, 10 minutes. Brownlee Park, 14 minutes. And Bellevue, 25. That's at the end of the warning polygon up here by the text box. Yeah, that's a dangerous cell. It's completely changed directions. And that could be very close to producing a tornado. It's not at the second, but yeah, it is also picked up in intensity. This is, I believe, clear air. You can kind of see that with the reflectivity too. So the tornado would be basically right in here. That's kind of where I'm looking on the correlation coefficient. It may have just moved a little bit, so we'll see though. But sometimes the velocity picks up and then we see the correlation coefficient drop. So I do want to check back on this one. This could be very close to producing a tornado on the west side of Battle Creek. It's a really dangerous cell. Still not much backfilling into Missouri. I was curious, actually, let me take a look here real quick at some of the latest model data. I am curious to see if it tries to bring some more storms back into that area. It does still want to take All right, let me show you guys this. This is interesting still. Latest HRRR run still shows kind of our cluster storms in eastern Iowa and northern Illinois, kind of making its way into Wisconsin. So that's kind of what we have right now. It shows it pretty good, but it does show this model wants to basically in the next little bit break out more kind of supercells down here across eastern Missouri. There is a mesoscale discussion for that. It lasts the next hour or so. And it wants to also upscale more of those storms in Illinois, especially southern Illinois and across Indiana. So we may see more of a wind threat. There is also a mesoscale discussion for that area, especially for some damaging winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a watch that gets extended down, maybe a severe thunderstorm watch. And then we do see more storms, still coming through the Michigan area. Still potentially it shows that cluster storms, Madison, Rockford, Janesville may get another round of severe weather. So yeah, not quite a one and done. And this model still wants to try and break some more storms out across the mid-Mississippi Valley. So we'll see about that. It does show weakening. I know we do have some people on every now and then from Ohio. It does show a general weakening trend as we get into eastern Indiana. These storms will kind of outrace their juice a little bit. As the low kind of tracks up this way, these storms are going to push a little bit too east of the moisture, instability, and the shear. Newest tornado warning. This is going to cover areas in Wisconsin, Walworth, Rock, and Jefferson counties, moving northeast at 35 near Whitewater. So it's an area that we called out a little bit ago. It is near the radar site. Palmyra up to Concord and Lac La Belle. A little more populated area up that way. So something's wrong with the radial there. We're not getting a great look at that storm. But the area of rotation would be just in that area near Whitewater, moving up towards the radar site. Continue to take your tornado safety measures there. I want to check this storm near Battle Creek. It looked like it was pretty close to wrapping up a few minutes ago. Yeah, that is really close to producing if it's not already. It's right near the Fort Custer Training Center, Fort Custer, and just along basically I-94 on the southwest sides of Battle Creek. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there, as that's going to lift up basically across the Battle Creek Metro, Calhoun, and Kalamazoo counties. It's moving pretty quickly at 55 miles an hour. So we have the storm motion at. So yeah, Fort Custer Training Center, it's 2 minutes or less essentially. Hearts Lake Conservation Area, about 5 minutes. Springfield and Lakeview neighborhoods of Battle Creek, 5 to 7 minutes. Downtown Battle Creek, the Kellogg plant, the community college, the train station, about 9 to 10 minutes. And then it's going to be on the east side of Battle Creek, Greenfield Park, Maplehurst, and Morgan Corners, about 10 to 12 minutes. From there, it continues on towards Penfield, 15 minutes, and Walnut Point, about 20 minutes. It's going to work its way through the Battle Creek area fairly quickly here. And that has really ramped itself up. May have a tornado very close to producing near Fort Custer. Would not be surprised if we get a correlation coefficient drop within the next couple minutes here. That is pretty close to producing. A little bit of hail also up here towards Augusta. But this would be the area that I'm looking at for that tornadic development on the south side of Fort Custer there, south of Augusta, coming towards Battle Creek. Please, please, please be in your tornado safe space if you're in the Battle Creek metro. Also watching the cell to the south has some rotation near Vicksburg. We'll keep an eye on that one. Interestingly, these storms have gotten a shove towards the east, so it's changed direction quite quickly, but that shove to the east has actually pushed these a little bit further from the Grand Rapids metro. Yeah, but Battle Creek, Michigan, that is a concerning signature there. Yeah, that has picked up quite a bit in intensity just near Fort Custer. Seeing winds 98 and yeah, about 100 gate to gate. That's not a perfect representation, but that is a nasty cell. I do want to check and see what it's. I want to look at some of my other radar products and see. Yeah, we do have a tornado vortex signature now listed on one of my supplementary products. Good news is the hail size is not very big, but that is a nasty cell coming into the Battle Creek area. Let's see. Let's check here. Newest scan. Still not seeing a correlation coefficient, so that's one good sign. This is probably a decently rotating mesocyclone, though. It could easily put down a tornado. West side of Battle Creek, Denso Road. This is Columbia Avenue coming towards Dickman Road, and then the neighborhoods here on the west side of Battle Creek, Springfield, River Road, Jackson Street West. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. I would not be surprised if that produces one of the more impressive radar signatures that we've seen so far today. Let's go back to our other tornado warning near Whitewater. That one's still a little bit of a mystery. There's something wrong with that radial of the radar site. Considerable threat and tornado possible north of Rochelle. That one is also tightened back up, so keep an eye on that one up towards Belvedere. And then still a radar indicated tornado warning for areas around Wyoming. Couple areas of rotation in here. And still watching a couple cells south of there. Hey, called that pretty good. We're getting a new severe thunderstorm watch. This severe thunderstorm watch is going to cover northeast portions of Indianapolis and basically Indianapolis and points north and east, as well as some areas there by Terre Haute, but central and northeast Indiana. Severe thunderstorm watch coming out there. Let's get the details on this. It'll take a minute to fill in here, so I can just pull the details right from the internet. Primary threats include scattered damaging gusts up to 70 miles an hour and a tornado or two are possible. Intensifying band of showers and thunderstorms will continue to move east-northeast across the watch area this evening. Smaller scale line segments and bows will aid in focused, more intense portions of the squall line will be associated with the damaging wind threat, and a brief tornado or two is also possible with any of those mature mesovortices. Okay. So yeah, they're basically saying these little kind of multi-cell clusters, you can see they have little Boeing features on them, kind of a new one south there. Those Boeing features are going to accentuate the wind threat, and kind of in focused corridors, there's going to be some stronger winds out ahead of those Boeing features. But especially like on the north side of the Boeing features, we sometimes get these little mesovortices. There's one right in here. It's kind of broad at the moment near Russellville, Indiana, but those can sometimes tighten up and can produce tornadoes. We also need to watch little QLCS spin-ups on the leading edge. There's one kind of right there north of Greencastle. So keeping an eye on those types of things, plus the just general damaging wind threat with those bows and those Boeing features of multi-cell clusters. Go back to the Battle Creek area. Wow. Surprised we're not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient, but because that is a pretty tight signature. Why? I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like side load contamination or anything, but it is in here. It's near River Road, uh, basically on the northwest sides of Battle Creek. It's weakened a little bit, but yeah, there is it is kind of a little supercell in here. It could be producing, and we just can't. We're just not picking it up on the radar, just based on how tight that area of rotation is. I'm getting a tornado vortex signature note on my other radar products. So yeah, it's a pretty punchy area of circulation. It's a little far from the radar, so we might just not be seeing it great. Yeah, and the other problem for Battle Creek, new tornado warning for this cell near Pavilion. It's going to get a new warning. That one they may need to adjust, though. That one may be headed a little more towards, like, this area. So keep an eye on this one if you're out towards Marshall, Marengo, and even Albion, Michigan. This second cell is also starting to tighten up pretty close. And yeah, kind of a weird, couple of weird looking cells, but they are both potentially tornado producing cells. The one near Pavilion, moving towards Climax, Battle Creek, Brownlee Point, Beetle Lake, and Marshall. So I'm just going to track that one out too. That's for Calhoun and Kalamazoo counties there, moving northeast at 45. So that would be into Kalamazoo about 20 more minutes, Climax 8, Marshall 31. And Marshall, you're right at the edge of the warning polygon, but I would take those seriously, especially this cell to the south near Pavilion. That is tightened up too. The good news is the one over Battle Creek has weakened a little bit. Still could produce a tornado. It'd be on the northeast or northern sides of Battle Creek. So 2 overlapping warnings there around the Battle Creek Metro. And then getting into this cell, I keep checking it, but it still has a radial issue near Whitewater and Hebron, coming through the Prince Point Wildlife Area, Palmyra, and then it'll head up towards Dooseman, Summit, Concord. Keep an eye on that one west of Milwaukee. It's well west of Milwaukee right now. Severe warnings continue for DeForest to Madison, back through Janesville. Some considerable threat and tornado possible tags. A couple circulations there. One near Orfordville. And that's one of the stronger ones right now in that little cluster of storms. And then we have our considerable threat tornado possible tag coming towards the Belvedere area, getting into more populated areas south of Rockford. And now that Belvedere area, that Rockford area is really becoming exurbs of Chicago. There's used to be, pretty remote farm fields. The towns are building up. There's neighborhoods. There's more stuff out here now. The cell back west of Rochelle also has a pretty good burst of wind and some small hail. We're also seeing those storms come across the Princeton, Mendota, Oglesby areas in central Illinois, north central Illinois. Tornado warning there for those areas east of Wyoming. That's kind of broadened back out. And then some severe storms with some embedded areas of rotation north of Peoria. There was one near Kickapoo to keep your eye on if you're in that Peoria metro. And still nothing has really backbuilt across the St. Louis metro. So that's a good sign there. Look at this. This is great to see because this area has gotten pummeled pretty hard across Iowa today. But Iowa, no more warnings, no more watches. you're good to go for the evening. Actually, some far northern corner may pick up a little bit of wintry weather. There's winter weather advisories now down to into southern parts of Minnesota there. But yeah, areas that got some ice and ice storm warnings this morning are now under tornado watches today. So quite a potent system. We've had some stronger storms isolated across the Mississippi Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley. Even had a severe warning around Hammond. I feel like this is also maybe a flood threat because this is not... Yeah, there's still storms in the same area around Hammond, so watch out for flooding down in that area, localized flash flooding. Yeah, they're going to actually trim a bunch of counties in Missouri back because it doesn't look like that threat is going to materialize. So if you're in that Kirksville area over towards Hannibal, they're going to drop the tornado watch, at least for now. More of a problem immediately towards the areas around north central and then northern Illinois. And then we still have some strong to severe storms western parts of Indiana. Really paying attention to this one around Newmarket, south of Crawfordsville. That's that little comma head feature, little mesovortice that sometimes can produce a tornado. There's a look at Indiana. That's kind of approaching this area, so that's why it's getting a little darker looking. I'll keep an eye on that camera. And then we have some cluster of stronger storms up here towards Rochester, Walnut, Bourbon, and Warsaw, Indiana. Those have weakened a little bit, but there is actually a little bit of wind and a circulation in there too to keep our eye on. Let's go back here towards those Battle Creek area storms. Shocked we hadn't had one produced near Battle Creek because that was really wrapped up at points. It's weakened and broadened since. It's now north of Battle Creek, up along Capitol Avenue towards Assyria, Michigan, Mud Lake Road. And then we do have our other tornado warned storm. Doesn't look quite as healthy either right now, but it does have rotation in this. South of Climax, approaching West Leroy, Morgan Corners, Old Mill Gardens, and then over eventually towards Marshall, potentially also the south sides of Battle Creek. Yeah, Battle Creek about 10 to 13 minutes, and then Marshall would be about 25 minutes. Although maybe just a little, yeah, that is right, at 45 miles an hour. So keep an eye on that cell. 2 tornado warned cells kind of overlapping in that Battle Creek area. Things are getting dark there in the Indiana area, waiting on those severe warned storms to work their way up towards this area. And we're getting a new tornado warning here for this cell to the south of Janesville. The one I mentioned earlier near Offordsville and Footville. State Highway 11 west of Janesville. A lot of vills out here. But this area is kind of on this little kink in the line. It's going to work its way close to Janesville, but also potentially up towards Edgerton. And then also areas like Milton again. Janesville about 10 to 11 minutes. Leiden about 5 minutes. And then Milton Junction 15 to 17 minutes. Koshkokong 22. That's a new radar indicated tornado warning there for Rock County in south central Wisconsin. And yeah, tornado producing storm over Footville or 9 miles west of Janesville, moving northeast at 35. Okay, actually, that's going to slow it down just a little bit. One of our slower moving storms so far today. Puts it more into Janesville in about 12 to 14 minutes. also going to be kind of tucked back up in the rain and hail. So it's going to be kind of tricky to see. So please don't go try and spot this, but yeah, it's kind of backed up in here. State Highway 11, County Road A, just to the northwest of Janesville. Wow. All right, before that gets into Janesville, I just want to grab a quick drink refill, and also, I haven't used these cameras much, but a beautiful shot out of Arkansas. I had this camera ready to go in case things got crazy down there. Not crazy, but there wasn't a possibility that we'd get some severe weather across the Mississippi Valley. But you can see some of those thunderstorm tops in the distance there. This is at Black Rock, basically on the edge of the Ozarks, looking out towards the Mississippi River. And you can see some of those cells in the distance, kind of illuminated by the setting sun. Yeah, it's kind of looking at those cells in western Tennessee, essentially. It is getting darker in Janesville. That's one thing. All right, so we're going to keep... I was actually going to move that camera, then the new tornado warning went off there for Janesville, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. Belvedere, Hillcrest, Rochelle gets a new warning. Tornado possible, considerable threat for a damaging wind threat. Yeah, there's a couple areas of rotation. The Belvedere one is more of a concern as it gets towards McHenry, Harvard, Marengo, and Woodstock, Illinois. And then getting back to our storm around Janesville, that air of rotation is, it's moving quicker than 35, I think. It has broadened out a little bit, but it's in here basically on the north sides of Janesville. And yeah, it's kind of tucked up here in the hail core. That's going to continue moving. Downtown Janesville's here. So it may skip just north of downtown's Janesville. Either way, continue to stay in your tornado safe space. And then this cell has weakened. It's right near the radar site, but it has weakened some. So we'll see if they extend a tornado warning there. And then now a cluster of severe warning cells with some embedded circulations across areas into Mandata, Oglesby, Hennepin, down through areas just north of Peoria. Also noting they did extend that tornado watch that originally was not. They did extend that into the Chicago metro. It's actually gone up to about 70 degrees today in Chicago. So the that warm nose with the instability has pushed across Chicago and southern parts of Wisconsin. I'm curious here to see about 57 in Milwaukee. It's a little bit cool along that I-94 corridor. 60 at Summit right now. 55 at Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. And still only 49 across some of those northern portions of the tornado watch. So I think some of these cells are going to probably get more elevated as they get north of I-94. We still need to watch this, especially Milwaukee corridor, maybe over towards Madison. But it's really going to have to, that warm nose is really going to have to lift and do some pretty big lifting because there is cool air at the surface across Sheboygan, Port Washington, Fond du Lac kind of area. Here we can see a little bit of definition on this cell coming towards the Janesville area. And that answers that question. They're going to extend a tornado possible tag across the areas around Summit. And it may look weaker because it's right over the radar site, but I think it also is weakening because it is getting into the cooler air. Yeah, that is a considerable threat there coming into Janesville, and especially just north of Janesville. Some hail and potential tornado in there too. Yeah, there's the hail core. You can kind of see. Let me blow that up. You can see the core of the storm is surging across the camera here. That's the leading edge Then that camera is looking at this. This is the leading edge right here, lifting across the camera's perspective. I don't know if we're going to see much in the way of the tornadic circulation, because if there is a tornadic circulation, it's actually in that core, lifting across that core. I'm going to see if we have a different view of that storm, but I'm not sure we're going to get a better view. Yeah, that core is crossing the highway right now. That's going to be up towards, just north towards Milton. Yeah, there's the wind also on the kind of the rear flank wind surging across that camera. And not a tornado, that's the hail core, and kind of what's called, that's the core of the storm, but the circulation is also still tucked up in there, with also potentially some damaging winds as well. 60, 70 miles an hour. It's going to be rocketing across that core. It's moving more than 35, because you can see how fast it's going along the leading edge. This is just north of that camera, so we're going to see if we can catch it again. This is actually in line. It's looking north. This camera is basically kind of facing away from the storm, but it's about to get really hammered by some really heavy wind and rain. And there's kind of the backside of the hail core and stuff you can see. A lot of lightning with that storm too. Has kind of broadened out. It's more of a wind-driven event right there. They're going to extend that warning for Warsaw, Columbia City, Tri-Lakes, down towards north of Manchester. There comes the heavy rain and wind. Look at this core of this storm. That's some pretty nasty wind and rain, and maybe some hail also mixed in. Checking this storm also, south side of Battle Creek. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space. I know Battle Creek, it's been a rough one. We had the tornado warning storm almost produce, or could have produced, a tornado kind of on the northwest side of Battle Creek. This one is also very close to producing now on the southeast sides of Battle Creek. Wow. That storm is hammering the Jamestown area. Jamestown to Edgerton. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions. This camera is basically right at that circulation. So very hard to see exactly what's going on. We'll see if we can get a wind shift. We've had those sometimes on cameras before too, even if we can't see the actual tornado. But sometimes a wind shift can tell us where that circulation is, or how strong that circulation is too. Wow, nasty storm. So they're starting to trim a few more of these areas for the tornado watch too. The Quad Cities, you guys are free of that severe threat too, including that Illinois side of the Quad Cities. But we have a pretty nasty, similar how the models had it though. We have kind of this arcing line of embedded supercells with kind of a broken line. We have another line that's not doing much. And then we have that basically kind of junk leftovers from yesterday that are kind of refired across Indiana. And then kind of along the warm front in Michigan, we also have some cells that have gone up there in a little more favorable environment. So what a day. I don't know if we're going to get much more visual data out of that storm, at least right now, but that one is moving up again. I don't think it's tornado. I don't think it's imminently tornadic right now, but it's more of a wind event coming up. Areas like Milton, Edgerton, and then eventually Koshkekong at Fort Atkinson. That'll probably get extended a warning out, at least a severe thunderstorm warning. Watching those storms west of Wisconsin, and then also this one near Battle Creek. Very small cell on the southern sides of Battle Creek, but it's another area that has a pretty potent area of rotation. Just south of downtown Battle Creek, south of the train station. It's going to be out along Michigan Avenue East, the Sunrise Heights area, Brownlee Park, coming up towards Greenfield. They are going to extend out a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like instead of the tornado warning, they're going to cover all those cells. There is still some rotation here around Kalamo, Michigan, coming towards Charlotte, Michigan. And these may work their way up towards the Lansing area as well. Lansing not in officially in a watch, but could get some strong to severe storms in the next hour or so. A very small cell, but wouldn't be shocked to hear that there's some brief touchdowns around the Battle Creek area. It's a pretty potent little cell. And we'll have to watch this area for the Chicago Metro. This may try to skirt areas along that I-80 corridor and maybe even get up into Chicago. So definitely keeping our eye on that one. And then a pretty good line of storms now east of Lafayette. Tornado possible tag there. Delphi, Camden, Rossville, and then also same for this area, Frankfurt, Lebanon. A little bit of a QLCS hook right there. Keep an eye on that one around Lebanon. And let me see, we might be able to actually jump into that spot. Here's the Lebanon area right at I-65. So this is about to get rocking and rolling pretty quickly too. Just on the west side of Lebanon, Hazel College. Yeah, Hazel College. A little bit of rotation in there. Not tornadic yet, but that is an area to watch, especially out east of there. So Sheridan, Kirkland, keep an eye on that part of the storm. Some of the strongest part of that storm is going to go north of the Indianapolis metro. Yeah, look at the towers on those storms. Not super high, but just they're illuminated by the setting sun in the Mississippi River Valley. They're in eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee. So I do like that our cameras do capture some beauty of weather too, not just some of the destructive sides of things. Okay, you can see kind of the rain curtains in the distance here where it's getting darker. In the Lebanon camera, this is kind of that leading edge of that not just circulation, but the leading edge of that Boeing feature. So it's likely our area is just off the screen of that camera. It's probably going to get hammered pretty quickly here. But yeah, that is that Boeing feature. That is that little circulation. right up there on the northwest side of Lebanon. It's kind of tucked up in the rain like a lot of those QLCS are, so it's really hard to see exactly what's going on. But there's the wind slamming into this camera. Again, potential quick spin up, but it's mostly going to be a wind threat right in here. That's going to be slamming our camera, and then the rain should pick up just beyond this. Yeah, keep an eye on that one as it comes up across this area. About 28 minutes to areas around Tipton, Sheridan, 16 minutes, and 9 minutes to Kirkland. It's a dangerous little feature there. And also that whole line segment's kind of a dangerous feature. A little bit of a mesovortice in here. It's kind of creating its own little weather. And we do get little QLCS spins sometimes on the leading edge of that. Okay, good news for Battle Creek. They've dropped those tornado warnings. May need a tornado warning again. It's a tiny little cell. That's the weird thing. But actually, both of these cells could produce tornadoes very quickly. The original tornado warned cell, and then this other one coming up towards Olivet, Bellevue, Eaton Rapids, Potterville. Yeah, keep an eye on those south of Lansing, between Lansing and Battle Creek. Just be ready to take your tornado safety measures if you are under a warning. Good news with those storms in Indiana is not much hail. The hail threat, I think, has diminished a little bit. We may have peaked our hail across Iowa earlier this afternoon. And then this cell is going to go below the tornadic limits. There are a couple areas of circulation, but it's mostly a damaging wind threat as well. 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe even a little higher than that. And that's going to continue working to the northwest or northeast. A lot of counties in here. This is a big area. Walworth, Rock, Waukesha, and Jefferson counties. So a couple overlapping warnings west of Milwaukee, as these cells, they are kind of lifting into some cooler air, so they're becoming a little less of a tornadic threat, more of an elevated hail risk and some damaging wind risk. I still think it's going to be a real big question mark if we get warm enough air for some big severe weather up around Fond du Lac. Right now, it still looks a little bit too cool. May get some strong to severe storms with damaging wind, but as far as all hazards, severe risk, I don't know if it's going to make its way that far. So these storms right now are in, still mostly in that enhanced risk, but they're on the eastern edge. The enhanced risk basically goes to the lake shore. The other area is all in the slight risk right now, across parts of lower Michigan and into northern and central Indiana. And yeah, still some question marks there if that's going to fire on the southern end of the slight risk. Where did our large hail go? Okay, so right now, most of the larger hail has kind of been in the slight risk or the the 15% risk for the hail, but it's been kind of in that area. It has not gotten extended down. And we haven't seen much hail in Illinois, I don't think. The wind risk, I think, is verifying really nicely right now, especially across Illinois. You know, they've trimmed it a little bit, it looks like, but... And yeah, we've seen some damaging wind risks also across Indianapolis. But yeah, they should fade quickly as they get into eastern Indiana. And it looks like most of our tornadoes have been in that 10% hatched area. There's been more than the one, but they didn't look that strong at the moment. But at least that area for the risk has probably verified. And we've had a couple also in this nose of the 5% risk that they bumped up this afternoon. So that makes sense there. Overall, I think a good job by the National Weather Service, at least highlighting those areas that are most likely to see weather. And not done yet, because there's another system that's going to eject. And we have a big area of slight risk tomorrow, as well as an enhanced risk tomorrow for some of those same areas across southern Iowa, northern Missouri, and extreme western parts of Illinois. 5% hatch there for tornadoes, and a wind risk also pretty high back there. That may get down into the Red River Valley in Texas and Oklahoma, and a little bit more of a hail risk also back into some of those same areas. And then this was new today. They did extend a little bit of a marginal risk for parts of the Gulf Coast, and then also the Ohio Valley. This would be for Saturday. So a busy stretch of severe weather. Then it looks like it calms down a little bit, at least into the first parts of next week. All right, I'm going to go get my drink refilled. There's no tornado warnings right now. You guys do the same. Get stretch the legs. Take a little break for a second. They are trimming a little bit of the, looks like the tornado watch around the South Bend area too. Tornado threat should diminish as these storms push, between Kalamazoo and Lansing. It should diminish that tornado risk across those areas. All right, we'll be right back. All right. Everything is behaving, so I grabbed a quick bite to eat, but I'm stayed by the screen here in case something really crazy happened. Sometimes that tends to happen. As soon as a weather streamer steps away, then that's when everything breaks loose. But looks like things have maintained themselves pretty consistently here the last couple minutes. Let's see. Thanks for all the viewers. Let's see. Thanks, Cruz. Yeah, it's kind of hit or miss. Today's been a little bit of a lighter stream, and then other times we have, quite active chats and a bit more views. But I think some of the bigger streamers hopped on right before I did, so that probably took away a little bit of the views. But we're gonna keep plugging away. It's good to have multiple ways to get warnings and yeah, multiple streamers. So it's good to kind of keep your eye on at least the reputable ones. Still seeing those severe storms. They're west of Milwaukee right now. They're kind of on that I-94 corridor. We'll see here. They're working towards Milwaukee, but they're not quite as severe. Still a little bit cool across the Milwaukee immediate metro area. And actually, I'll probably switch cameras. Yeah, our Janesville camera is clearing out finally, so I'll switch cameras, find a good spot here in Milwaukee. Oh wow. This is a neat one. It's actually kind of foggy. It looks like low clouds and fog around Milwaukee right now, so that's interesting. And this camera is actually above some of that fog. You pull that camera up. I'm not sure we've seen a camera like that before. That fog is almost basically at the bridge level. That's interesting. And Milwaukee is sitting right at about 53 degrees. So that's not conducive of a lot of higher end severe weather. These storms are likely going to continue weakening as they push towards the lake shore across areas here in Wisconsin. And yeah, I've been pretty skeptical of getting a lot of severe weather up here around Fond du Lac and Sheboygan. We may get some stronger storms like this one with quarter-size hail and below 50-mile-an-hour winds. So mostly elevated storms I think we're going to get up here. I don't think there's much of a tornado risk up here around Fond du Lac and Sheboygan. They are also we're going to get to that new tornado warning here in just a second, but they are also, looks like, going to trim a bunch of counties off of the tornado watch. Yeah, they're going to trim these lighter shaded areas in Wisconsin. So Portage, Madison, Cottage Grove, that whole area around Madison, Janesville, Beloit, and then out towards Darlington and Mineral Point, all clear of the severe weather for today. Thanks, Cruz. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. What was I saying? You may have missed it, but I was just saying, I think I started the stream right after, I think, a couple of the bigger streamers. So today's been a little quieter as far as the chat and activity. But some days the chat is pretty good. It's kind of hit or miss. But consistency, that's why we're going to keep plugging away. So, yeah, the more consistent we get, and also sharing this to friends and family that are in the severe weather areas, even if you're not in the severe weather area and you see our stream, just, at least share us, that helps. And then clicking the like and subscribe button also helps. Yeah, you can see that foggy mist kind of rolling through that Milwaukee camera. That's a really cool camera shot. Right here at the state line, we have an area of spin. This was that area that came out of the Belvedere and areas around Byron, areas earlier that I think had a tornado warning. That has kind of picked back up around Wonder Lake and McHenry, Illinois, right along the border with Wisconsin, Lindenhurst, Antioch, over towards Winthrop Harbor. Tornado warning there in extreme northern Illinois, McHenry and Lake counties. Oh, that's right. I think you called it out the other day, right? You were on, I think, one of the other streams. Yeah, I love it. Actually, probably when severe weather calms down, I want to do a little bit of mic adjustments with it, but It's pretty nice. Has a nice solid sound to it, and it doesn't sound very tinny. I tried a couple other mics, and it had some weird sound to it. This is along Ringwood Road, approaching Fox Lake, really populated area. So make sure we're taking those tornado safety precautions. Low level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Storm shelter is your best option, but if you don't have a storm shelter and can get to that low level basement or a low level of a split level, are better options. And then if you still don't have those options, at least go to your lowest level and make sure you're on the interior room away from those doors and windows. Certainly in a sturdy structure as well. Some of these storms looks like they're calming down a little bit around Davis Junction. I'm also watching these storms on the southwest side of Chicago. They've diminished some, but there are some localized areas of wind in here. A couple areas of rotation, but nothing too potent right now. And I hope it stays that way, because like this area, southwest side of Chicago, has actually gotten hammered with hail so far this spring. There's been several hailstorms that have kind of gone through this area: Juliet, Bolingbrook, Naperville kind of areas. So hopefully we can kind of avoid that tonight. That would be great. Another stronger cell. Awesome. Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, give us that like, click that bell icon. Cruz, where you don't have to give me like your exact town or location, but what city, what's kind of your nearest city or state? Where are you kind of from? Stronger storm here. This is another area that's had a decent number of storms today. Henry, north of Chillicothe. We have here 60-mile-an-hour winds in Rome earlier. And then quarter-size hail around Peoria. Looks like the strongest part of this cell is south of Peoria towards Morton. This may get over towards the Bloomington area too. Yeah, so far those storms have not fired around the St. Louis area, so we might get out of that severe threat today too for St. Louis. These are a diminishing threat, but still some strong storms. Germantown, Menominee Falls, and then into downtown Milwaukee. This is I-794 at Lincoln Memorial. I believe it's right down along the water. Yeah, it's right in here. So those storms are going to push into this camera. It'll be interesting to see if the perspective changes much. Right now, you got that low clouds and mist. That's an interesting camera. But yeah, there are pockets of heavier wind in there. Good news for Michigan. We've lost our severe warnings and tornado warnings earlier in Michigan. Those cells are way below severe limits now into the Lansing area. No longer a severe threat there. And then still some strong storms in northeast parts of Indiana. Angola down to Kendallville, north of Fort Wayne. Oh, yeah. Okay. You guys have had a fair amount of severe weather this this spring so far. I feel like we've talked about the Florence area quite a bit for at least several occasions so far today, or not today, but this spring season. And then yeah, still watching these storms. They're the ones that we saw on the camera around Lebanon, Indiana earlier. They're now pushing up through central Indiana, Greentown, Kokomo, and areas there. Eventually approaching Marion, Gas City, Fairmount. These may lift up towards that Fort Wayne area too. So keeping an eye on those storms. And like we mentioned earlier, the strongest storms have really kind of avoided the Indianapolis metro. They went north and are starting to pull a little more northeast away from there. But a couple storms coming in on the west side of Indianapolis. Nothing crazy there. He's rated my stream like I think a couple times in a row, which is pretty crazy. But he's a good dude, and I should actually check more. I don't even know if they're broadcasting. Next time I have a big like viewer stream, I'll probably try and rate his channel just to kind of pay it back to him. Oh, nice. Yeah, you were one of those raiders then. It looks like you guys have a good community over there too. I appreciate that. I still have to catch up. I don't know the full details on that frog the other day that some situation there with the frog. But I'll probably catch up after this kind of burst of severe weather. So they're gonna extend, I think, that tornado warning. Yeah, Lake County, McHenry County, moving east at 45. Actually, let me see if we have a camera over that way too. Not a super great look at the cameras. All right. Thought we might have had a camera there, but I'll keep on that Milwaukee cam. This area of rotation is crossing the areas around Grass Lake. It's going to be embedded into the rain and not much hail in this storm, but yeah, the heavy rain kind of tucked up in here, crossing Illinois Route 173, Antioch. It's not the classic looking supercell, but it does have this little hook that's kind of on the back side of the supercell. And it'll update here in just a second, but there it is. So yeah, it's right in here over Grass Lake, approaching Antioch, Illinois. Is he scared of frogs? Like, did they know that ahead of time, or I guess I don't know if I've held a frog. I probably have at some point, but I can't say recently, so I don't know. That might freak me out too. I don't know. Looking at a couple of these cameras, just making sure everything's good. It's not super strong, but it's strong enough that it deserves a tornado warning here over at Channel Lake, Antioch. It may actually get into parts of Wisconsin, so keep an eye on this if you're in that area around Pleasant Prairie. It's lifting a little bit more north of east. I mean, I definitely wouldn't want a frog in my studio. I think that would probably make me freak out a little more. I just don't want the frog in the studio. I try to keep a sterile tech environment, but considerable threat. These storms are kind of fading a little bit. They're a little bit on the downtrend across central Illinois, which is nice to see. But we did get a new ping pong ball size hail report. Tazewell County, south of Peoria. Measured with a photo. Yeah, these storms are just about at the end of the highest wind risk. Let's see. Yeah, it kind of cuts off at the lake shore. A little bit cooler right over the lake. So yeah, These ones have performed, I think, decently too. I haven't seen today. I don't think we've had any like great non-tornadic winds. We haven't had any like 80, 85 mile an hour winds or anything. So I think the highest wind report we have is maybe like 70. There's a lot going on. Let me just a couple of recent ones. 61 there at Hennepin. Yeah, a lot of low six. There's 64. That's at Parnell, Iowa. That's pretty punchy. Yeah, here's one. Agency, Iowa, in Wapello County, 66 mile an hour winds. That may be our right now. That may be the highest wind report today. Yep, that's correct. Yeah, that's generally kind of the higher end wind threshold that a lot of times this types of the wind risk would kind of verify. And in fact, I think the conditional intensity is for 65 plus knot gusts, and 65 knots is about 75 miles an hour. So that may have under verified a little bit, but I think they got the location right. Maybe just a little miss on the strength, but that's not bad. And the Storm Prediction Center, I'm trying to not be too critical. I think I said that on a stream recently. They've said themselves that they're still trying to figure out the conditional intensity guidance and how to communicate that and when to use it, sort of thing. So they're still kind of a work in progress with that. This has broadened a little bit. There still is some rotation in here near Antioch. Um, Not seeing any correlation coefficients, so I don't think it's on the ground at the moment. We've seen a few confirmed tornadoes today. We were able to radar confirm on the stream. And then these storms are pushing into Milwaukee. Interestingly enough, there's just enough wind around these storms. We can see that it hasn't gotten windy on camera, but it's enough wind that it's actually pushed that fog probably back offshore. So you can see on this camera, things have changed a little bit. It's starting to rain a little bit. And yeah, it's not foggy like it was just a few minutes ago. That's not bad. I've had a couple longer streams, but generally, I think most of mine are probably in that 4 to 5 hour range if I had to like quantify it. Um, I should actually probably, sometime when there's not severe weather, I should probably kind of go through my stuff and just have better data on it. But yeah, probably about 4 or 5 hour streams is quite frequent. But I've had a couple that we had the one last week. I was like 14 hours, and another one a couple weeks ago that was like 11. Oh, the tornado outbreak that had the Kankakee, Illinois tornado, that was about 11 hours. But yeah, quite a bit of the streams, 4 or 5 hours. This is a standing desk, and I tried to get up and stand earlier and raise it up, but some of the wires got caught. So I have to, on a day there's not severe weather, I got to kind of trace my wires out and make sure I have enough slack that I'm able to actually lift the desk up, because I would like to stand sometimes. I believe Brady stands quite a bit. At least recently, he's been standing quite a bit, right? The only problem if I stand, I might use my hands more just by standing around, but this is lifting right along the state line there. Still wrapped up in the rain. And those storms are starting to weaken too, right along the lake shore. I'm going to guess that there's probably a temperature difference. 64 at Round Lake and 60 at Zion. So Yeah, there's a good like 4 or 5 degree temperature difference from not that not that far inland, about 12 miles. Starting to see the Milwaukee camera just move around a little bit as winds are picking up in Milwaukee. And if you're in the Milwaukee area, we got severe weather coming in, but it's not super punchy right now. Mostly just general severe thunderstorms. Um, yeah, there's some 60s, 60-mile-an-hour winds in here, but not too crazy. The hail has come down quite a lot. There's not a hail threat. Milwaukee, Whitefish Bay, Fox Point Bayside. There's the wind picking up though. So if you're in the Milwaukee area, just kind of hunker down the next little bit, let these pass. And even if you're north of Milwaukee up towards Cedar Grove, just kind of give this cluster a little bit of time to just get out over the water. And once you're kind of behind that, it's pretty much one and done there for Milwaukee. Yeah, we've lost a lot of the severe warnings up north of Milwaukee there around Fond du Lac and Sheboygan. That's increased a little bit in intensity. Pull that camera a little higher. Oh, of course, as soon as I blow it up, that's when the feed goes. There it is. See the rain kind of not quite sideways, but it's definitely definitely a little bit of wind-driven rain there. This is looking south, so the rain's coming from the right side of the camera. So the Lake Michigan's off to the left. Yeah, pretty good amount of. Still, the visibility is not super low, so I don't think we're into the worst part of this storm. All right, I'll put that back in the box. It just started to pick up more again, but if things get real crazy, I'll blow that camera back up. But a pretty good amount of wind and rain there. Let's see, thumbnails. I use Canva, just the free version. That I know there's a paid version too, but I just use the free version, and I made a bunch of layers in Photoshop, so I just kind of throw all the layers on top of each other in Canva real quick. Okay, that's picking up a little bit again. Don't see any hail in that, just mostly wind and rain. Don't stare at it too much. It's kind of bobbling around a little bit. Most of that heaviest wind is right in downtown Milwaukee now. So this is probably the heaviest of this storm. Yeah, it's bobbling around pretty good too. Our area of circulation has weakened and it's actually out of the tornado warning area. It's actually crossed into Wisconsin, but it's staying very broad. You can see these brighter greens going towards the radar and then brighter reds going away. And in between that, this gray area is just indicating that there's a little bit of separation between those two. So it just helps kind of indicate the broadness of this. Still, still punchy storm. It could accentuate the winds a little bit. Kenosha, Pleasant Prairie. Just keep an eye on this. You want to be in a sturdy structure and away from windows. I don't think they're probably going to continue the tornado warning up into Wisconsin, just because it looks like it's out of it's running out of juice a little bit. And then they've added the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, considerable threat through basically all of Chicago, Arlington Heights, Evanston, Cicero, Chicago, down to Hammond, Tinley Park, and Juliet for this line of storms that's working into the area. Sounds good. Have a good night. Yeah, that sounds like a good night. You're free of storms right now. It's actually been kind of a quiet. I don't think those are going to get towards you. So it should be a good night down there across the Tennessee Valley. Storms have been kind of behaving down there. Very isolated. Storms are below severe limits crossing through Indianapolis right now, as well as up towards Kokomo. Looks like we're losing some of the severe warnings in this part of the country too. Some potential severe storms still in this area from Sims up towards Marion and Gas City. It's going to get a special weather statement, but it's really close to severe limits. Yeah, 50 to 55 mile-an-hour winds. And the severe criteria starts at 57. So we're very close to severe limits there around Marion. Otherwise, we're losing quite a bit of the severe threat across basically Indiana. And then same for Michigan. A few stronger storms, south central Michigan, south of Marshall. But those storms that have moved north of Lansing have all fizzled. We will have to watch some storms coming off the lake later. Oh, great. Thanks. I'll have to check out your channel too when I get wrapped up later today. Well, this model kind of really collapses most of those once they get over the cooler water of the lake. So we'll see. Maybe get a few more storms into the western Michigan later, but this model pretty consistently also weakens storms into eastern Indiana. Still wants to fire some more storms, though, across the St. Louis area later today into the overnight hours. We'll have to see, though, because we don't have any storms like in these areas right now. So it's kind of starting out with some bad data. Well, this is the very latest run, and the very latest run still wants to print some storms across St. Louis and central Illinois that are not here right now. So if they fire, according to this model, it's going to be in the next like hour. This really fizzles those storms in Indiana. So I think we're almost done with those storms. But yeah, it does want to take some of those storms that are in Milwaukee now and pull them across the lake. So Grand Rapids, you could still get some stronger storms later tonight, even though Grand Rapids has missed out on some of the strongest storms so far in Michigan. Hmm. Clear this out. Let's see. Let's go back to the radar. There we go. 1 tornado warning, 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Checking for some new storm reports. Like I was mentioning earlier with the chat there, I haven't seen any like 70, 74 mile an hour winds. Okay, and they actually have just updated the Storm Prediction Center, the risk area for today. They have obviously trimmed off a bunch of risk in Wisconsin and Iowa, and also trimmed some risk from the Mississippi River Valley too. Um, so slight, just a slight risk across lower Michigan, where the storms are right now in northern Illinois, and then into that I-70 corridor from about Indianapolis north. So that has been a decent adjustment there. Yeah, that storm earlier that may have produced a tornado. It's hard to tell on radar, but we didn't get any correlation coefficient. But it looked very tight at a couple times. But that storm around the Battle Creek area was right along the warm front. So that kind of also checks out why it also changed direction there too. Several line segments will continue to pose a risk for isolated damaging wind gusts and perhaps a tornado or two. We'll also there follow us on WXCast Live. We'll post some storm chaser photos and videos of when they post stuff that I can't share on the stream for copyright issues, but we can like and share on social media. Hey ST, how's it going? Hope you're doing good tonight. Are you you're up here in like the cold, right? I maybe think of someone else, but ooh, that zoomed in weird. Winter weather advisories across much of Minnesota. Winter storm warnings across northwest Minnesota. Another round of snow coming in later for those areas. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. All right, these storms through Milwaukee are about offshore. Looks like the wind is dying down on this Milwaukee camera. Still some pretty heavy rain and wind, though. And then severe storms are also pushing off through Kenosha. This was the area that was tornado warned earlier at Antioch. Still a little broad rotation, but that's about to push offshore too. And then we'll get in here to the Chicago area with storms pushing into the western suburbs of Chicago, Downers Grove, Lombard, Elmhurst. They are on the weakening trend, but there are pockets of stronger wind in here. There's one there for 63 mile an hour winds, 65, pretty close to the radar, so we're getting a decent look at those too. Hey, how's it going tonight? Small world, I guess. Oh, nice. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll after I'm off the stream, I'll have to go check out his channel. He said he does some streaming too. Yeah, 2 months until happy birthday soon. That's a good time to get over to the beach. Considerable threat tag here around Morris, Illinois. Those are kind of backing down to a little bit of hail in this area near Strader. We're seeing a pretty rapid downtrending in a lot of the storms right now. So kind of waiting to see what happens as they get through the Chicago area, but looks like they're going to cancel the tornado watch across Michigan. That's going to wrap up. And then they're trimming a bunch of counties across western Illinois. So if you're basically along the Mississippi River in Illinois, you're clear of severe weather today. Even like Princeton. So we're losing the punch to quite a bit of these storms. This is downtown Milwaukee. It was, I'll blow it back up. It was rocking and rolling pretty good with those severe storms working through there, but and still is, but not quite as crazy. The cool thing on this camera, before the storms moved in, there was actually fog, and the camera was higher than the fog. Yeah, most of those strongest storms are just along the lake shore and moving away from Milwaukee. Iowa took it pretty good today. Um, Tuck that back in its little box. Especially southeast Iowa. A lot of it from one supercell had quite a bit of hail. At least probably, well, we saw a couple that were confirmed up here. So probably about 4 to 6 tornadoes at least from kind of one cyclic supercell. And then Davenport had a little bit of hail, some 60, 64 mile an hour winds. So yeah, this area kind of in southern and southeast Iowa got it pretty hard. Okay, Des Moines, yeah, they didn't get much, I don't think, in Des Moines. Some gusty winds. I think they were under a severe thunderstorm warning for a little while. But yeah, most of it missed, I think, the Des Moines metro. Yeah, Des Moines got some heavy thunderstorms, but non-severe earlier today. And then southeast of Des Moines is mostly where the severe weather kind of kicked off. Here's the archive view from earlier today. Uh, that's the storm that originally, I think, kicked off the tornado warnings, but Des Moines is way up here near the radar site. They had a southeast side of town had a severe thunderstorm warning, but it was kind of a general severe thunderstorm warning, kind of right on the margin of severe. Most of the strongest storms with the hail, tornado threat, and damaging winds was well south of Des Moines earlier. So yeah, they lucked out so far. Yeah, yeah. You probably could. It was probably that type of storm where you could sleep through it. Des Moines may have a better chance at severe weather tomorrow. Yeah, the enhanced risk comes up to just on the southern sides of Des Moines. So enhanced risk tomorrow, a little bit of an all hazards threat. Tornadoes, damaging winds, and some larger hail. Oh yeah, that was a crazy day. Where is Greenfield? There it is. Yeah, Greenfield. That was a crazy day. We've also covered storms. We've covered storms in Winterset, like Creston. This area gets quite a bit of tornadoes, like we covered quite a bit. one of our earliest streams, our first tornado I think we captured on camera was out of the Minden, Iowa storm. Kind of lifted up. Minden's maybe right there. But yeah, we had a camera right here looking south towards Minden and saw the big wedge tornado there. Okay, Milwaukee, that severe weather's about done. Yeah, they've dropped that warning, so there's that. Gusty winds, heavy rain. You can see that on the camera above me. Still kind of gusty at times. This is a little bit of a strong storm near Woodstock, Illinois. Kind of bowing out here. Wouldn't be surprised if that brings a little bit higher end winds towards Waukegan. Kind of right on that same area along the Illinois and Wisconsin border. And we do have that considerable threat pushing through the Chicago area right now. Yeah, it's about into some of the inner suburbs. Chicago, approaching Cicero, Skokie, Evanston, and eventually this will get into downtown Chicago. Good news is for Chicago, it's not a hail threat right now. This area is getting hammered with hail quite a bit. Mostly a damaging wind risk. Does have a tornado possible tag. There's not much rotation. There's a little bit right up in here. Yeah, a little bit right in here. Bensonville, just near the train station there, Franklin Avenue, kind of the south side of O'Hare, right? That area. Otherwise, it's kind of just little pockets of damaging wind. And it is moving pretty quickly here, so let me get a track on this. Will, DuPage, and Cook counties. 65. Yeah, it's moving at highway speed. So about 10 to 12 minutes, that's going to get through the downtown loop there in Chicago. So do I. So I think that helps when you're in weather. I have friends from all over, and I've been a lot of places too, and lived quite a few places. But when you have friends, I think from all over, especially in weather, I think it helps because you can connect to the local communities a little better, and you do have sometimes a little more knowledge of some other places, even if you didn't live there. Yeah, that area did get a flash flood warning around Hammond for storms that kind of sat over there today. Yeah, and we've had the one random EF0 tornado in Lee County, Texas. It looks like a water spout in Florida today. Before I put radar back here, you can see some of these faded areas in the watch areas. These are areas they're going to trim. So Indianapolis, you guys are going to be good. Bloomington, Noblesville, they're going to trim that from the severe thunderstorm watch, and then they're going to trim most of those western counties off of the tornado watch right now. And I would guess soon they're probably going to trim almost all those counties in Wisconsin. As I suspected, this area up by Fond du Lac, Sheboygan did not get the severe weather. I didn't think too much of it was going to cross that 94 corridor. Just it stayed too cold. Even though the warm nose did lift up across this area, it just stayed a little too cold. Down here, though, Chicago still has a chance at severe weather. It's about 72 in Chicago right now, or at least a little bit ago. May have cooled down a little bit. Yeah, about 70 downtown Chicago. So these storms are going to be pushing through in the next couple minutes. Still a little spin in this storm near Morris. They're extending out that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning across the southern suburbs of Chicago, Chicago Heights, Park Forest, Frankford, down towards Wilmington and Braidwood. But yeah, that one's not spinning as tightly as it was earlier, so that's a good sign. We've now lost, I think, all of our severe warnings in the Eastern time zone. A couple special weather statements for those storms, kind of marginally severe across south central Michigan. Keeping an eye on those. Those may work their way towards the Detroit, especially the southern suburbs of Detroit. And then these are kind of marginally severe. Marion, Huntington, approaching Fort Wayne. But the models really decrease those. They take those down significantly. The leading edge of this storm is now into pretty much approaching the heart of Chicago. It's almost to the United Center and then to the medical campus on the west side of town. That leading edge, and then up towards Northwestern, approaching Evanston, all the way up to Glencoe, not quite severe at Highland Park. This is the other cell back here in McHenry that also is a pretty punchy cell that will continue working towards the lakeshore around Waukegan. And then Grand Rapids, keep an eye on this. Grand Rapids, St. Joseph, Holland, you may get some stronger storms depending on how these fare over the lake. But you'll probably get at least another round of some storms, even if they aren't quite severe. This is a good look. This is the tower cam out of the O'Hare. Then the tower cam's great because it basically is looking at the low level look of these storms for landing aircraft and stuff. So we are seeing a decent pocket right here, 60, 64 mile an hour winds just in this area along Ogden Avenue, approaching Cicero. This will probably make its way to the southwest suburbs and downtown of Chicago. So keep an eye on this if you're out here, southwest neighborhoods. Yeah, that's going to kind of just follow Ogden Avenue. So, yeah, probably right into the heart of Chicago, that little pocket of 60, 65 mile an hour winds. And then there's a few other pockets like that along this leading edge of this storm, but it's not like the whole thing is going to be a massive swath of 70 mile an hour winds or anything, but just little pockets. And it will weaken as it gets really close to the lake shore. Couple damage reports coming in. Dunlop, Illinois, broadcast media reports power lines down. Oh yeah, some feisty storms there. We had the Chillicothe 60 mile an hour winds, so probably some 60, 65 mile an hour winds. Looking around, making sure we're covering everything, and I've been really concentrating on this northern Illinois area, but I just want to make sure there's nothing else crazy going on. Still a pretty feisty storm there across parts of just offshore Racine. All right, Chicago, time is now. You guys are basically this is knocking on downtown Chicago. Yeah, still a couple pockets. One up here towards Belmont Avenue, Addison Street, and another pretty feisty little pocket around Roman, Perinsky Forest. first time in a while we have severe weather in Chicago, and it's not a big hail threat. So that is a one good sign there. Yeah, this is not a hail risk in Chicago right now. There may be a little bit of localized urban street flooding and small creeks and streams. This area on the south side isn't quite moving as fast as this area right through downtown. So some of these storms are going to train kind of across the same area just a little bit here across the southwest sides of Chicago. But otherwise, the storms up here are going to move pretty quickly offshore. And yeah, while we're looking at Chicago, I do want to turn my attention a little bit towards tomorrow. Slight risk extends from Iowa all the way down into the Red River Valley and even kind of west central Texas. Some tornado risk, but most of the tornado threat is northern Missouri and southern Iowa, as well as the wind risk and also the large hail, especially up even into north central Iowa and down towards the Kansas City area. Could have some large hail tomorrow. And then day three, we'll get better refinement on day three tomorrow, but potentially some severe across the southern Mississippi River Valley, the Gulf Coast, and then also into the Great Lakes and upper Ohio Valley. Winds here pushing into the Chicago metro. If it hasn't started raining downtown Chicago, it's about to in just the next couple minutes. Let's see. The Weather Prediction Center put out a new forecast here for the northern plains. Let's take a look at that real quick. So here's your northern plains. Yeah, still snowing across northern Minnesota and parts of the Dakotas. A second winter storm. That's what the most of these warnings are for. A second winter storm will bring impactful weather from northern high plains through the upper Midwest and the western Great Lakes. Another round of heavy sleet, snow, and freezing rain expected tonight through Sunday morning, especially the Dakotas. That's where there's going to be a pretty good swath of accumulating snow. Some of the snowfall rates could be an inch per hour, and there is a widespread accumulations above 8 inches, as well as locally 12 to 18 inches of snow, especially it looks like across south central North Dakota. Could have the higher amounts of snow, 12 to 18 inches. Intense snowfall and gusty winds are also going to be a big travel problem, potentially some near blizzard conditions. And then significant icing is going to be just south of there across southwest parts of Minnesota, southeast parts of South Dakota, and then across northern Wisconsin and the UP of Michigan. Some significant freezing rain. And we'll show there at WXCast Live on X. And looks like we also did get a picture of the funnel cloud over Florida, the water spout. Hmm. Pretty big weather day today. Stronger storms are starting to exit the lakeshore, Evanston down to downtown Chicago. They are weakening right along the lakeshore where there's the cooler air. So your severe threat is going to wind down very quickly across the Chicago metro, with a little bit of a lag across southwest sides of Chicago. And these are kind of trailing back just a little bit. Little heavier pocket of wind and rain right south of Cicero. Zoom in on that a little bit. Oh, it's right over Midway. That's not great. Maybe moving on a little bit west 53rd or 51st Street. Yeah, that's a little bit of a nasty cell right here. Basically, the Stevenson Expressway south towards about 69th Street. Some gusty winds, maybe some small hail, but mostly wind and some heavy rain and lightning. This tornado watch, what's left of it, technically goes another 2 hours. I would assume they're going to probably cut most of this off, especially as kind of this blob of storms moves out of the area. They may keep a little bit of this for this trailing area of storms, but I don't see this storms aren't really upscaling at all, so they're probably going to trim quite a bit, if not the whole watch off, once these kind of move out of that watch area. You can kind of see the cold front all the way down, basically draped along the 44 corridor. A little bit of a kind of like that. A couple little showers, and then there's some reflectivity on some of the radars. But yeah, that cold front kind of extends right along that line. Mark, Illinois, Putnam County, power lines down around Hennepin. 61-mile-an-hour report there. That was around 7 o'clock. In the central time zone, 55-mile-an-hour gust at Peru, LaSalle. 65 at Norway. That's in LaSalle County. And just at Midway with that little burst of, yeah, that was like 5 minutes ago. At Midway, a 70 or 69-mile-an-hour gust measured at the Midway weather station there. Some trees down there around Winfield. So yeah, this verified that considerable threat. Like we said earlier, when these storms were coming into Chicago, there are pockets of some higher winds. Yeah, that was that area there that was tracking through Midway. They've trimmed off a lot of those northern suburbs, so mostly just general heavy rain and thunderstorms. But most of the strongest cells are kind of Chicago south, with this lead cell kind of being the strongest one. This is the cell that produced that 70-mile-an-hour wind gust back here at Midway just about 5 minutes ago. A little bit of an embedded supercell. But I think it's going to run out of land here before it really has a time to wrap itself up. It's mostly a wind threat right now. A bit of a heavier cell there. That's not really hail showing up, but there could be a little bit of hail in there. Also, I guess a fire was started by a lightning strike in Florida. I believe it's around the similar location that had the funnel cloud slash water spout earlier this afternoon in Florida. So that's interesting. uh, WX Cast Live on X and Facebook, especially X for reposting stuff. Facebook for the morning weather briefs in the morning and other news, but yeah, X is more shareable. There are not a ton of weren't a ton of tornadoes today, but there are a ton of very photogenic supercells and storms today. So storm chasers that were out today did get at least their money's worth in some pretty photogenic storms today. This is a supercell. It's kind of rotating right here, just off, basically along the lakeshore around Rate Field and where is this? 56th Street and 51st Street. But it's about done. It's going to get over the lakeshore really quickly, but it is a little bit of a mini supercell there. And these storms across Michigan are fizzling pretty quickly as they get towards the Detroit area. As well as those storms coming up towards Fort Wayne. A couple gustier winds in there. This cell's getting back out over the water. The cooler lake water should be getting a new update here in just a minute. That's the part of the storm that dropped the 69-mile-an-hour wind gust around Midway. About 10 minutes ago, I think it is. 10, 15 minutes ago. There's that little rotation just offshore now. Yeah. So pushing offshore, that rotation shouldn't be a problem anymore in Chicago. A couple stronger cells still in the southwest side of town. Hey, Cruz, how's it going? Just looking at Chicago, we had a 69-mile-an-hour wind gust just a little bit ago at Midway. Some tree down reports, but those strongest cells are just about pushed offshore. Yeah, she's been good. I think since these are pushing offshore, I'm gonna wrap it up, and I'm gonna go check out Cruz's channel. I'll probably give you a sub back, and then I gotta start doing some prep for tomorrow because I think we're gonna be back at it tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, likely. Yeah, enhanced risk tomorrow. Let's pull up. Let's all look at the same time. Let me get the model and pull up the model real quick. All right, latest model. Load it up, and we'll see what the storms look like for tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, tomorrow's probably a good day for that. Enhanced risk across Iowa and parts of Missouri. Let's see. I'll broaden back out. This model still wants to put some storms into central Illinois later tonight. If things get crazy, I mean, we can pull back a stream. We can put a stream back on. If somehow this actually does verify, we get a bunch of embedded supercells and stuff. But that's at like midnight. But then that clears out. About 1 o'clock tomorrow, we start to see that instability building back up. And then by about 3, 4 o'clock, we start to see the storms fire along the cold front dry line. Maybe some cells out in front. Those are going to be ones to watch. Yeah, especially tomorrow evening. Some severe storms possible from that I-80 corridor in Des Moines all the way down through Kansas City, potentially down through Oklahoma City and into the Red River Valley too. And then as those storms kind of work east of the I-35 corridor, it looks like it maybe more of a line segments, embedded supercells, that sort of stuff coming into western Missouri by later tomorrow night. And then still kind of a messy cluster into Illinois and maybe back into Illinois tomorrow. Interesting. They did extend the marginal risk. Where is this? So they have extended out this marginal risk across the Ohio Valley. It looks like it's for basically overnight and later tomorrow night, where it's going to kind of lift back up across there with potentially some more storms. Yeah, tomorrow looks like a decent coverage day. Probably not crazy high end, but at least a decent amount of coverage with storms. Thanks again. Yeah, we're getting there. I've tried. I when we started the channel a couple years ago, which I think today is actually I think today's our anniversary, like 2 year anniversary or something. But when I started the channel, I really wanted to avoid some of the clickbait stuff. So I think you mentioned cruise like the thumbnails earlier, and I I experimented with it, and yeah, you can get some better clicks quicker if you put out a really clickbaity thumbnail. But I kind of went the different direction, and all of our thumbnails are mostly kind of science based. They're not exact copies of the Storm Prediction Center, but if you overlay them, they should be very close. So so I try not to go towards the clickbaity stuff, and so a little bit slower growth, but I'd rather keep it more on the sciencey side. And if we want to be a trusted source of weather, getting people baited in with clickbait thumbnails and titles and stuff is not the way to do it. So I'll take that slower growth with my conscience still survive. Let's see. It can be hard because yeah, sometimes it can be hard, but I do try to avoid that. Storms are backing down quite significantly. It looks like another storm report, and that's the 64-mile-an-hour gust there at Logan Square in Chicago. So there has been, looks like verified, considerable threat severe thunderstorms across Chicago. Luckily, not producing hail. Yeah, it's I think better to do that, especially in the weather. I don't know about the other YouTube channels, but a lot of the weather ones look almost the exact same. Like it's very hard to tell between a lot of the weather channels. So I tried to use a little bit different color. Check a couple other things here real quick. Okay, those storms are still strong, but leaving the Kenosha area. Trying to make sure we wrap up with a pretty good clean slate. Yeah. those are wrapped. So the strongest storms right now are basically Chicago and points south down to areas around Wilmington, and then those will cross like the I-80 corridor. Let's see. I do my own theme. Yeah, yeah. If you can get your own theme, that's probably the way to go. Because again, it might not look exactly like everybody else's, so you might not get the fast clicks, but over time, you'll kind of build up your own theme, and that is better credibility, I think. Yeah, and you can switch the colors without necessarily making it clickbaity too. Even bright colors, you can have bright colors, and it's not necessarily clickbaity. It's more about what like the thumbnail's saying. So just because it's a bright color doesn't mean it's clickbait either. But yeah, play around with that. I know I played around with it quite a while back when the channel was starting. We've changed our thumbnails a couple times, but I'm pretty happy with the ones we currently are using. But yeah, there's a whole kind of science behind the YouTube channel that Cruz probably recognizes because he has his own channel. But yeah, if you don't have your own channel, there is quite a bit behind it. And actually, I'm probably going to do that right now. I'm going to go off the stream and then work on the back end stuff and do some others. I have some other stuff planned for the channel anyway that I got to work on. And then still kind of hang around in case something really crazy happens. But yeah, there is some storms building up along that boundary west of St. Louis. So we'll see if those models do verify. If things get crazy, could get back on for a live stream later tonight. But yeah, I'll head off now, and then hopefully things don't get too crazy, and I can work on some back end stuff for the channel, and then prep and do some model reviews and stuff for tomorrow. But yeah, that's the plan right now. So thanks again. Thanks to all the new followers, Cruz, and Sydney. And yeah, everybody else who tuned in tonight. Hopefully we educated, saved some lives, and also just covered some severe weather. So that's good too. But yeah, we'll see you on the next one, which looks like it'll be tomorrow afternoon. And yeah, click the bell icon in case we go live. But I'm hoping we don't have to go back on stream tonight. Hopefully those storms will kind of maintain isolated severe risk, but hopefully not widespread across the mid-Mississippi Valley.